Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Hello there. What's going on, freaks? Had to get the audio fixed again there. I had it still set up for the calls. And then it also switched to a whole different driver. Welcome, ASAP Lizzie. So tonight we're gonna talk about 3 different cases. So I hope you guys still support the channel even when we aren't gonna just be sticking on the same thing. Of course, there won't be as many people here because, you know, that's just the way it works. But the other one is that Cypress 3 murder case that happened about a year ago in Cypress, Texas, with the it's got surveillance footage. 3 people were killed inside of a house with a gun, and then it was set on fire. And I'm just gonna go back over that again. That's a case that I'm kind of dumbfounded how it didn't get more attention out there. And then there's also, I just saw my friends put it out there, this one in Amsterdam, stabbing of a 17-year-old kid. Thought we'd just read that article on that one. All right, but we're pretty much at 0 across the board. Do you think Dylan heard when Brian Kohberger killed Xana and Ethan? Yeah, I'm sure she heard whatever was going on. She just might not have known what was happening. I'm sure she heard whatever noises were being made. You know, the whimpering sound. It sounds like they were sort of quiet, you know? I mean, even on the audio, right? I mean, when Xana's being killed, you don't really hear a lot of stuff. That one part that sort of sounded like a bark, though, I'm wondering if that's when Ethan, you know, somebody is being killed or something. Like this sort of a loud grunt sort of sound. I don't know. I wonder if they've had like an audio analyst go over that. Yeah. What, do you live in Hawaii, Jenna? It's pretty much evening time now. It's almost 6. I guess midnight's afternoon though, isn't it? Or 11:59. All right, I haven't read these yet because I don't want to get bored and not know, you know, just read it and then already know it before I'm talking about it. So these are ones from, well, I guess this one was edited today, but it was out there yesterday. I was doing something else. So Brian Kohberger realized investigators were closing in on him when they appealed for information about a white Honda Elantra like his, then began a slew of panicked internet searches. I mean, it sounds like something we already heard, but I mean, this is all like yesterday, so maybe it's a different set of something. I don't know. Let's see. Gripping details of what the Idaho murder then began searching late into the evening on December 29th. Kohberger first searched for the phrase wiretap. Oh, there you go. That's a little different. And psychopaths, paranoid. Data from his phone showed. He then read a news story about how police in Moscow, Idaho, were searching for a car whose description matched his. Clearly spooked Kohberger's next internet activity. I saw him visit the Moscow Police Department website to see what the latest news on the murders was. Immediately after that, he looked up an auto detailing shop. Well, that's kind of stupid, don't you think? You bring it to a detailer and they find blood in there. And just 10 minutes later, Kohberger was shopping for a new car online. We heard that one. In the early hours of December 30th, 2022, just a few hours after making those internet searches, Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. It's just crazy to think like this, he went in there and just killed these two beautiful girls here. Look at him right there. Some people think he has a swollen hand there. It's hard to make out anything. I think that's the hand that was off screen, though, in the shot. And then some people think that little red line there is a scratch. Don't know what that is. Could be a shadow. But hey, guys, we're still sitting at around almost 0 here across the board, everybody. So if you're watching the show tonight, if you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. Maybe get some channel memberships for people, etc. I have a feeling it won't be as big because the title isn't as flashy as the sort of fickle-minded YouTube viewers need to have. I don't do those things. Okay. Cool. It's 32 degrees. Yeah. I mean, the girls are standing out there because they've got adrenaline, etc., Some people are wondering if the footprints would have, changed size with the weather and so forth. And I don't know. I think there's a certain point where we start getting just a little too, He could have stolen one from somewhere along the Peeping Tom ways. Huh? I don't know what that means. Jeez. Last month he was jailed, and then Jarrett Barnhart, who owns forensic firm Celebrite, told Fox News, literally the pressure of, oh look, they're really talking about my car, caused him within 15 minutes of I wonder if it was like as soon as they mentioned it, it was within 15 minutes. Like as soon as it came out in the media, he was like, oh my God, and then he freaked out. Thanks, Charlotte Denny. I think the vehicle was a huge stress point for him because he had registered it to park there, Barnhart said. One thing I guess what we're sort of relegated to do here is, and thanks up there, Christopher and Charlotte, we've got to, you almost have to back engineer what the investigators had by looking at all this different stuff that we're getting, since we're not going to have the case presented. I almost wish that that's what they would do for the hell of it. Present the case. He's already said he did it, so why doesn't the prosecutor get up there and they just present the entire case without, and every so often just say, and Kohberger admits to doing all of this. And here's what we believe. We don't know if each element that we're telling you is exactly what he did, but this is what the evidence is telling us. Wouldn't that be a great way to do it? Now, I'm talking about the whole case. I mean, just bring in every expert you have. Don't bother with the voir diring, here, tell us what your background. I don't give a shit. Just get right to the meat and potatoes on each one. God, if Nancy Grace said it, must be true. Man. Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Okay. She's a, here's the thing. If Nancy Grace is saying that, she's full of shit. Okay. That means her brain didn't take into account that the car is literally driving around and pulls up at 4:08. So how could he be inside the house before they went to sleep that night? That makes no sense at all. And he didn't even leave Pullman until well, here's the thing. He was still in Pullman at 2:54, and that's when Kaylee and Madison just got done trying to call Jack DeCoeur. So does anybody believe that? If Nancy Grace said that that's true? Does anybody believe that at all? I hope you didn't buy into it and you were easily able to go, oh my God, this is stupid. All right, because if you've been watching the show for long enough time, you should know the answer to the question. That was complete sensationalistic garbage, but she puts that out there often. You know, I'd like to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I really can't do it in this case. I mean, what a stupid comment. She said she thinks he was in the house before they went to bed. How? How is that even possible? He didn't even leave Pullman until 2:45. He's at his... That's just... God, that's sick. And you know what sucks the most? Is there's so many of you out there that don't know the case that when you listen to Nancy Grace, you're like, wow! And that shit spreads around, just like she did in the Kanika Jenkins case. She tried to make it seem like it was nefarious. And then in the Delphi case, she said, oh, there's a guy standing behind that tree over there. And none of that was true. And so that's really irresponsible of her. You know? Sometimes I like her show when she does, I don't know, on the podcast, talking about stuff. But I just don't understand that. Why would you say something like that? It's not even a valid spitball of a theory. Right, well, he probably didn't realize that it was. I would immediately said, yeah, well, that can't be true, Nancy, because, and here's why. That's what I would have done. Yeah, he wouldn't have known how to reply. That's the thing. I think on this channel actually knows all the details, you know, like the things that matter in the case. And a lot of people don't. They just sort of have these overall general themes and, you know, spew it out there. What are you talking about? Nit to a dick? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's probably said he's the only one who knows the, whose dog that is or something like that. The sentence never got finished. Yeah, Jack was in the vehicle. Who was in the car? Because they said I'm the only one that knows what happened. Who is it? Jack? Yeah, it is Jack. Yeah. Come on. We've gone over it 20 times already. On 3 different videos I've mentioned that it's Jack D in the vehicle. It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's really simple stuff. It is Xana that Dylan was talking about. She admits it later. She realized that she just thought it was Kaylee because, there was a dog running around. The part that's weird to me is she sounded like they were singing and listening to music and then went upstairs. Where is that coming from? That part about singing and playing music. I don't know, man. It's pretty weird stuff. But we currently have 0 gifted channel memberships. We are struggling mightily out of the gate. We got one coffee over there, but 0. Let's see, 16. Yeah, come on, you guys. We're right getting near the end of the month. We can't have a huge let up this close to the end of the month. Jack in the police car must have heard everything that was going on through those police scanners. No, he didn't, Linda. He didn't hear anything. Yeah. Let's see. I think that was earlier, but the car isn't even turned on. They don't leave the key sitting in the car. Yeah, maybe she had music on her phone and she's singing, and then she's just taking. But then she says she heard the person say, "I'm going to bed." Well, who are they talking to? People don't just blurt out loud when you're by yourself, "I'm going to bed," right? I mean, that just seems kind of weird. Yeah, it could be from TikTok. But she's saying singing and music, and then she says, "I'm going to bed." Yeah, well, who are you who is the person talking to? You know, I guess that's the thing. One of those questions, like, I mean, you're also dealing with people that are just wasted. So we don't know anything about, how accurate everything that they're saying is. You're going to talk to a dog and tell it. I guess he could have. I mean, earlier I was thinking to myself, maybe she's saying to the dog, "Hey, it's time for you to go to bed, Murphy." Something like that. Okay, I thought of that, but that's not what she said, so I'm just kind of going with that. Mm-hmm. I think the vehicle was a huge stress point for him because he had registered it to park there. He had a PDF download of like a list of Hyundai Elantras for the university, and you can see this long list of cars. If you weren't the bad guy, you wouldn't care, but he was scrambling, and he thought the police were on him, and they were. They were at that point. Yeah, I mean, once he got back. I mean, once they mentioned the Elantra, though, they weren't on to him at that point. Yeah. Police said, I mean, look at this. Police said Hyundai Elantra was spotted several times on surveillance cameras entering and leaving the crime scene. No, they didn't say that. It's true. I mean, it's like, I mean, sure, they said that, but I mean, I hate when they word things where it's still kind of an unknown, but at least they're saying that. On July 2nd, 2025, Kohberger 30 formally admitted killing 4 Idaho. That's crazy because that's almost exactly 5 years to the day after he moved to Pullman. Let's see, Kohberger declined the chance to speak during a sentencing hearing. No motive has ever been revealed, but there is speculation that he may have become obsessed with one of the female students he killed and one of the 2 upstairs. But they left that out of the article. Kohberger's sentencing saw him finally plead guilty to killing almost 3 years after carrying out a bloodbath. Thank you, Clarice Starling, for gifting a membership, and Luciano Breginski. Hey, Gray, and any new ideas what BK was holding? Exiting the house. Big fan. Keep the good work. Hey, thanks. I don't have any new theories. Well, there was something today that made me wonder. What was that? There was some element of today that made me think, oh, maybe he was holding, I don't know. I mean, hell, what if those are shoes that he's holding in front of him? Well, kind of pointed, but they're together. I don't know. I have no idea, man. Nobody has any idea. You'd have to ask him. Yeah, but what difference does it make, Nitka Ditka? What difference does it make what Jack is saying in the car about everyone knows but me? But the first part of the sentence, maybe he's talking about everybody knows what happened in the house but him. Okay? Couldn't that be what it is? Like, everybody seems to know but me. Everybody, because they were in there, and like all the friends know, everybody's around crying, and nobody's told him yet. Right, it just doesn't matter, though. You know what I mean? It's like has nothing to do with anything. Murphy's barking may have... Well, yeah, I think everybody thinks that, Marylise. I mean, I think it's obvious that Kohberger... I've shown you guys on the show the wave file that once the dog starts barking, that's right when everything's ending. And he gets the hell out of there quick. Yeah, we already know all that stuff. Let's see, what's the next one? See, Fox News had a similar article. Let's see if they have anything different in there. Brian Kohberger saw a news article about a white Elantra, Hyundai Elantra, being identified as a suspect vehicle in the Idaho student murders and immediately panicked, according to the forensic team. I think the vehicle was a huge stress point. Sounds like identical to the last one. Kohberger was attending Washington State University, 10 miles away. If you weren't the bad guy, you wouldn't care, but he was scrambling and he thought the police were on him. According to phone data reviewed by Kohberger, did the following during the late night. See, this is kind of a dumb theory. You know, this isn't right when the Elantra. I'll tell you what would be more interesting is like in the media when they were looking for a white Elantra. If they went back and checked his searches on those days, like right after that got mentioned, he's like, "Oh shit," and then he started looking around, you know, like, and he did those searches. That would be more, but we're talking about December 29th. He's already been home for a while. Maybe he's even spotted some weird-looking vehicles driving around. He got pulled over twice. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like it would have been a bigger deal to make this case about how he started panicking if he started doing that once they mentioned the white Elantra, because that would have made him paranoid. But I think he felt like they couldn't do it. Kohberger searched for the phrase wiretap and psychopaths paranoid. So he believes himself to be a psychopath, and he wants to know about, you know, paranoid psychopaths. He read an article about how police were still searching for the suspect vehicle. He visited the Moscow Police Department website and checked the latest press release on the case. Yeah, I mean, so after December 29th, you know, that's just really late. It's like he gets arrested the next day, I think. He visited the Moscow Police Department website and checked the latest press release on the case. He immediately looked up an auto detailing shop. Within 10 minutes, he was shopping online for another car. Literally the pressure of, oh, look, they're really talking about my car. At around 1:30 a.m. on December 30th, police swarmed his parents' house. So he was looking at this stuff like right before they walked into the house almost. Police found a K-bar sheath at the crime scene that had Kohberger's DNA. Yep. All right, so that's all they had there. What about the... Oh, I was going to show you guys this. See, I sent my FOIA into the Pennsylvania State Police a while ago, and they said, on July 17, 2025, Pennsylvania State Police received your request for information pursuant to the Pennsylvania Right to Know law. I said, please provide via email all incident 911 call, audio files, police reports, body camera video, dash cam videos, in-car videos, case photos related to the 12/30/2022 arrest of Brian C. Kohberger. I would also like the transport videos and any other, I didn't put the N in there, incident of Brian Kohberger born and certain date. It says a copy of your request is enclosed. Your request is specifically denied because the records you seek are not available to the public. The Right to Know law only requires Commonwealth agencies to provide documents that are public record. And it says, let's see, down here it said something about, let's see, it was the body cam or something. Lastly, in response to your request for body camera videos and 911 calls, Pennsylvania State Police has determined it does not have any records such as you described. I wonder if that's like the FBI was there. Anyways, you guys, we're just having a really struggle tonight. I work really hard on this channel and do videos and live streams, and I need your guys' support. When we do these live streams, there's absolutely zero income that comes in other than a few dollars from the ad revenue. So when you're watching these shows, if you could just pretend you're tipping a waiter at some place and help support the channel, that's how we make it all these years. And tonight we're currently at 1/12 of a goal, not even that. So if you guys have the ability, And once we get starts like this, it's hard to recover. So if you guys, if you're out there, if you could help support the channel, I would appreciate it. It allows me to keep doing these shows. If not, I'll just have to, at some point, focus in on just videos and never do live streams. All right. Thanks, Millennial89. Now that's what when you say that's exactly what he meant. What do you mean? Let's see. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want, if it's something where like you're waiting for your next paycheck, I don't, in general, I wouldn't even want you supporting the channel. I'd like you to be able to flourish on your own. But if you're somebody out there that can afford to help support the channel, that would be awesome. But we, when you have the really bad nights, it just kind of takes away the momentum, and then you're kind of, we were on a good track here to maybe, I mean, if it was like a miracle end of the month where I could donate $6,000 at the end of the month. But currently, just the way today has gone, even on the premiere and this one, it's not looking as good. But so if you're out there and you can support it, that would be great. If not, that's cool too. But don't know what else to tell you guys. That's just the way it is. All right, so you guys have any other thoughts on this stuff right here? I think you guys will think this is really interesting here, this other case, but I wanted to talk about this other one first before that. This is one from a year. There's this one you're looking on the screen is from a year ago, and I spent like a whole day putting together the, not today, but back then, these clips of, they released surveillance footage, and I was able to figure out where each one was and sort of the timing of how it worked, and what this vehicle was doing. It sort of reminds you of that one where the girl was doing the garage sale and the car pulls up and the guy dressed as a female shot her. What's even more depressing is when I just go through this whole thing and I explain it, that very few people respond. Very, very, it makes it very difficult to have any consistency. Dylan did not, yeah, of course she didn't hear fireworks. We've said that many times. What do you mean explain med to Dylan? It was only the Dylan's experience in that interview. She said it in the written documents, Buck Johnson. We've read it. Okay, we've seen it. She did say that. But she said, I heard fireworks and a light, like a sparkler, she thought, underneath her door. And I just think that's her. I think it's most likely that it's Xana Kernodle coming down the stairs to pick up her DoorDash, as I put in a video a while ago. That was a light that went on, and that would have turned up a light under her door, and her mind just is like, oh, it's sparkling. And then the boom sound is the same loud thud that we all hear. Okay? Yeah, the garage sale murder is creepy. I probably have one of the best videos that there is out on it. Taking the surveillance footage, timing it up, But we're currently at 1/8, not even 1/9 of a nightly goal, even after what I just said. Yeah. All right. Let's just, it's crazy. Let's see if I go over here. Might end up being a short one. Here, I'm going to have to start putting up goals on top of the screen again. Let's see. Get an hour here. Let's see then. Extra hour. Yeah, no, I don't make it sound like that, tuna fish tickler. What I'm saying is that's what how this channel survives. So you can go be an asshole somewhere else, okay? I'm just telling you the way it is here. Okay? My channel relies on the people watching the channel And that allows me to continue doing the live streams. Nobody has to donate a damn thing. We just won't be doing the live streams anymore. That's just the reality of it. I can't, I'd rather sit and spend 3 hours working on a really good video that maybe people will watch, and maybe that'll generate ad revenue, than sit and spin your wheels for hours and hours and hours. And everybody, that's just the reality of it. Would any of you guys go to work and just hope to God that somebody supports you? Like, if you were a waiter, let's say you're a waiter and there was no hourly rate, and you were in there and every single person who was eating, you served meals to, didn't put a tip on the table. What would you feel about that? Would you want to work there on a nightly basis? If you were like, you worked at a restaurant, there was no hourly wage because there's nothing like that on here, and you went in there and you served meals to all the tables, and then at the end of the night, not one person tipped you, so you went home with 0. And that's exactly what would happen here if that's what would go on. And why would you do that? Put yourself through that kind of punishment on a nightly basis. It's a really demoralizing feeling, And I think I do really good work here. I work hard. I put out factual information. I'm probably the only safe place to go for real information. And, in some ways, I feel like I sort of deserve to be one of the people that people support. All right. Now, if you don't agree with that, then you don't need to watch. If you think I'm not one of those people, go watch the clown with the I almost want to start cussing right here. With the spiders on his eyes. Go watch the stupid UK guy that lies to you every single day. You can just keep doing that over and over and over again. All right. But I'm just telling you the truth on here. If you want me to just pretend that I don't feel a certain way, then this isn't, I'm just not one of those kind of people. I just tell you what I'm feeling, what's going on, and if it's something that bothers you, I'm sorry, but nobody's required to do anything, okay? I'm just talking about if there's people out there that can. It's just weird when when you have 400 people and 0, that's like, okay, what are the odds that 400 people, So then it makes you feel kind of like an idiot, Right. Thank you, CR. Trying for a wave there. Trying for a wave. Yeah, but like I said, nobody's required to do anything. Yep. Let's see, in several minutes behind, but looking forward to the, yeah. See, the Cypress one is one that, but I want to do this one really quick out of Amsterdam, just to sort of see if we can see what the hell's even happening here. It's pretty nutty. Here, this one right here. So let's, like what we'll do is, if I have it in here, I'll just put a folder really quick. Amsterdam killing. Right there. And then we will just kind of go over this document. All right, right here. Hey, thank you, Lexi 2-time. Yeah, it's weird when I try to explain to people, they act like it's something wrong. They think it's like you're grifting or you're e-begging or something. And I'm not. I'm just telling you, if I'm not here to sit here and just entertain completely everybody. I mean, I want to figure shit out in cases, but I want people supporting the channel while I'm doing it. And I can make videos that make ad revenue, and that would be fine. But I like doing the live streams. I just feel like, and that's the live streams are what allow us at the end of the month to have extra to give away. That's how we've done $256,000 of charitable donations, all proven in 5.5 years. All right, so I hope it doesn't bother you guys, but that's just what it is. Thank you, Lexi 2-time. And I hate that term, e-begging. What do you want people to do when they do their shows? You want them to sit there? I mean, why can't I say, hey, everybody, could you help support the channel tonight? Buy me a coffee, this and that and the other thing, or this and this. Because there isn't any other way to do it. It's like you just stare at the screen and you hope. And I've seen those live streams, these other YouTubers who have like 2,000 people watching, and none of them support the guy. It's like, why don't you guys send in super chats to help the guy that you're watching? You know that they're working hard there. Very odd, I think it's strange that there's channels that, I don't know how those people deal with it. It's like, you got 2,000 people, not one of them sent you a nickel? It's pretty bizarre. Hey, thanks. I'm Omi and Marilise. Remember there was that guy named Oni back in the day? I always think of that every time I see your name. And thanks, Deidre Gambrel up there. All right, anyways, this is kind of a weird one here. Look, it says, a wave of national fury has swept Holland following the arrest of an asylum seeker. Oh, God, of course. Yeah, of course it is. Of a 17-year-old who was stabbed to death while she was calling the police to report being followed on her bike ride home. Oh, Jesus. Can you imagine? She's like on her bike trying to ride home. The lifeless body of Lisa was discovered by police in a roadside ditch in the early hours of Wednesday morning. She was returning from a night out with friends before she was attacked by a man who also had a bicycle with him while she was phoning the emergency police number. Hey, thanks, Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik. The main suspect in the case is a 22-year-old male asylum seeker, was arrested 4 days ago for a sexual, like a rape in Amsterdam on August 15th, and allegedly assaulted a third woman 5 days earlier. Sounds like some of the people that our country's been trying to get rid of. The violent murder of the teenager has triggered widespread outrage and a nationwide Reclaim the Night campaign after a Dutch actress and author wrote a poem that went viral about Lisa's final moments. In a post shared on Instagram, Ninka Gravamade wrote, "The red bag, I keep thinking about that red bag, how it dangled from the handlebars as she drove through the night, a night that belonged to her too. I claim the night, I claim the streets, I demand that the fear be lifted." Alongside the poem, the author posted the hashtag something. Oh wait, I guess it's just Reck. It's a word that I don't know. I think it gets in the. On Wednesday morning at around 3:30 a.m. local time, Lisa parted with her friends and began her cycle ride home on an electric bike from the center of Amsterdam to the nearby town of Abcudi or something like that. While on her way home, she noticed someone following her and suspected she was about to be attacked, so she called the emergency 112 number for help. The attack occurred south of secondary school she had just recently graduated from, the Spinoza First. So maybe if we type that in, is that going to take us all the way over there? Yep. That's it. Right there. So that's the school. There we go. And then it's, but when the police arrived, let me copy something there. When the police arrived at the scene at 4:15 a.m., a call from the public, she was found dead with stab wounds on her body, including her neck. She was discovered in a ditch near the water's edge along the Holterbergweg, close to the Johan Cruyff, that was a soccer player, arena stadium. Let's see where that is. I remember him, Johan Cruyff and Robbie Rensenbrink. So it's over here. There's that stadium. So let's see what they're talking about. Police found her body near the water. Okay, where did it say? This is the near the water's edge along the... Okay, so they have it right. Police found her body near the water's edge along the... Okay, so what's that called? The Holter something? It's hard with the foreign names, you know. But let's see. Alright, so there's the stadium. And they said near the water. I wonder if it's like right there, you know, like this spot. I'm looking at their map. I just want to look at their map. Flip this up like this, and where's that? Okay, yeah, so they have this, and it's kind of like right in here. And it does seem like it's right. Is there water right here? Oh yeah, there's like a little bit of water. But this is, yeah, there's water that goes by right in here. So maybe she was found kind of in this. I don't know, we'll put this here for now. Hey, welcome, Glenda Pabalite. Or Pabalati. I don't know how to say it, sorry. Yeah, so let's see. The suspect identified on August 22nd was staying at a site run by Central Agencies for the Reception of Asylum Seekers. He was arrested on August 21st for the sexual assault of a woman in Wies, another town, on August 15th, just 5 kilometers from where Lisa was found. The asylum seeker is also accused of attempting to sexually assault a third woman. Well, why was he still there? You know what I mean? Like, why is he walking around on the streets? I mean, it's just weird. He will appear before court today, where the examining magistrate will review the details of the case and determine whether to keep him in pretrial custody. Oh, yeah, just let him go, Stupid. The Public Prosecution Service may also reveal more details from the investigation. Dozens of tips have been received. I'm not sure what that is right there. A large portion of the victim's cycling route is covered by video, but clear footage of the last 7 minutes between Breitnerstoren and Holterbergweg are still missing. I wonder if that's like the spot. That's the crime vehicle. What happened between the victims is departure from Leidsplin and the discovery of her body is still unclear, the force said in the statement. We are urgently seeking information about her last cycling route and are calling on 3 specific road users to come forward. Do you know anything, or were you one of them? Contact the police immediately. So, anyways, I mean, just, we don't know who the person is or anything, but sounds like just like a hideous story, 3:30 in the morning, she's biking home from hanging out with friends, and somebody's following her. She's freaking out. She probably felt similar to like Abby and Libby. This guy's following her. She's on the phone, and they don't get to her in time, and then she's attacked by some nut job asylum seeker. Yeah, jeez. Why he was still there, well, we won't know. But thought I would check that out. That's kind of why we try, in the United States, we've had a few of these people, whatever you call them, illegal aliens, that have gone out. And the thing is, everybody goes, well, gray Americans do that too. But I always say, this is my answer every single time. Every single death, robbery, a sexual assault that happens by an illegal alien is one that should never have happened because they shouldn't have been here. So whether we have ones that happen by citizens is irrelevant. Okay, those are ones that shouldn't have happened and really never should have. And so that's kind of where I stand on that one. Huh? We have a guy here in South Carolina that keeps getting arrested for... Oh, really? Jeez. Got some weird people over there in South Carolina. Let's see. What do you guys think about what I just said? Anybody listening? All right, we're currently at about 40% now of the nightly goal, just the low-end goal where you just barely scrape by. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. And one of those slow ones. Yeah. Yeah, so it feels like if, if you have common sense, logic, and reason, what I just told you is exactly true. So when people are always going, Gray, we're all immigrants. Yeah, right. We're all immigrants. And, all of us, I would say 99% of all of our original ancestors that came here came in the right way. Okay? This is, like, what happened the last couple of years has been almost an invasion. It's ridiculous. Of people that we don't know who they are. We don't know anything about them. And, so every one of the crimes committed by those people were allowed in here. Do you get it? Excellent. Thank you. Man, that little North Carolina story just took over the whole show. I just want to keep trying to focus in on what we're talking about here. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go over the this Cypress 3 case that actually has surveillance footage in it. All right, and this is the footage. Like we can look at the footage. This is the footage that night. Different shots of the vehicle driving. It's pretty good stuff. Some of them have time on them. A lot of them have time, so we know what time it is. But some don't, but you kind of know in the sequence where it is. Like, here's a vehicle, kind of skipping it around. And I went out and, by looking at the map, and I found all these spots, which I thought was pretty cool. Thanks, love Boston. Yeah, it's just common sense. But a lot of people don't have common sense anymore. Sandy, that's just sort of the way it is. They always come up with some virtue signaling response back instead of just really thinking, man, it's ridiculous. Right, so this is like the whole surveillance footage. But you don't even know what we're looking at. So what I'm going to do is go back to some of these, like original... Was there a press conference on this one? That's interesting. I don't remember that. Hold on. Is that this one? Oh, I guess it's not there. Let me go to this one then. All right, so this is back then. This is August 2024. It feels like it's longer ago than this. A mother, son, and his girlfriend are believed to have been murdered inside a home that was then set ablaze in Texas. I don't have any idea why this case isn't one of the really big ones that everybody's watching. Kelli Masciarelli, 54, Kolin Foster, 23, and Kolin Foster is the son of Kelli Masciarelli, and Cameryn Richard is the girlfriend of Kolin Foster. And I communicate with the mother of Cameryn Richard. All right, so today she messaged me a bunch and she gave me permission to read a bunch of the notes and things that were the whole. I just literally took what she wrote minus some stuff, and we'll read it and we'll get more information about the case than that's in any of these articles here. Here for the latest updates. Did Dylan just confuse Kaylee and that? Yeah, of course. We've gone over that many times, but yeah. I know you said it right. Yeah, we've already... it's obvious. I've made a whole video on it, Laura. Did you watch it? Apparently not. All right, so here it is right here. Investigators who descended on the Cypress Mill Park community believe that all three had been dead before the fire started while ordering autopsies. And they're all shot, so of course. An official cause of death for the trio will have to wait until then, as detectives added now they hope surveillance video seized from the suburban area will shed more light on the incident. The state of the bodies when they were found, moreover, remains unknown, but according to Sergeant Michael Ritchie, their deaths were not an accident, and a search for a suspect or suspects is on. Hey, thanks, Right Meow and Marilee's again. So this is Kelli Masciarelli, and this is Cameryn Richard. Apparently she has some sort of a heart and some sort of a, makes her kind of small like she is. But that's the girlfriend. And I guess we could play this. This is the house that they were in.
There were telltales. The killer then setting their home ablaze. Good evening and thank you for joining us. This fire led to the deadly discovery of 3 people murdered inside a Cypress home. Their lives taken too soon. The killer then setting their home ablaze. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Bill Barajas. We begin with that tragedy unfolding tonight. Investigators say a mother, her son, and the son's girlfriend were already dead when their home was intentionally set on fire. That house is in the Cypress Mill Park community off Cypresswood Drive in northwest Harris County. KPRC2's Corley Peel is there with new clues in the case.
As of right now, investigators aren't revealing how the 3 people died. They're waiting on their autopsy results, but they're hoping that surveillance video in this area and evidence at the scene will provide answers. This red Corvette being towed away, now an area of interest for detectives. It was found in the driveway of the...
Yeah, they do that, Laura. They do that. They're idiots. They try to, they almost intend, look at, see, Laura said it was reported, I came here for updates. I can no longer watch videos regularly. Right, but I'm not just sitting here doing updates for you. Okay, but you said it was reported differently on a major outlet. Yeah, that's because they're idiots and they're trying to get people on sensationalism, right? You know that, right? They just completely are full of crap. You know, they always say stuff like, oh my God, Kohberger said Kaylee. You know what I mean? Laura, I'm trying to do this other case though now. I don't know if you saw that or not, but yeah, it's just really clear. The news outlets that do that, they are unaware of the facts of the case. So they think it's just this breaking new information. It sounds like something that, yeah, no, we even said that on this show, Laura. Earlier I said the same thing. That Xana is the person that Dylan was talking about. They're not 2-hour videos, Laura. They're 20-minute videos. My videos are like 20 to 30 minutes long. So when you say 2 hours, what's that? Yeah, the title says something about something totally different on this video. I got bad info on another major channel last night. Major personality. Yeah. What did they say, Marilee's? Go ahead. I'd like to talk about this. This one's a really interesting case, but it just shows you that everybody, they just can't get Kohberger. It's just like, you know, if you try to talk about something else for a few minutes, it's just the next question that you read is a Kohberger question. You know? This is actually pretty interesting. If you guys just take the time for a couple minutes to do something else. Can you do it? Yeah, like Nancy Grace is the worst at what you're talking about, Laura. She does that every show. All right, so it's always some crazy, completely out of left field comment based on something. It's not in the title. I said, was Kohberger panicking? Laura, the title of the video says, was Kohberger panicking? What does it have to do with Xana, Laura? Are you here trolling again? Because you've done this before, where you just keep arguing, and what you said doesn't make any sense. The title says, was Kohberger panicking? We covered that portion already. I read the articles, and then I've moved on to new ones. Because the next part says Cypress 3 after the dash in the title, Laura. Did you see that? The next thing says dash Cypress 3, then dash Holland. Did you miss that part of the title? I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys what happens in here sometimes. Are you guys interested in this other one? I can do a poll. I'd like you to just listen to it though for a minute. Yeah, I don't mind if they come here to do Kohberger, but I've been covering other cases forever, and I think there's got to be a night where we can just do something else for a few minutes. You're just trying to help me with my algorithm. Give me a break. Jeez, get out of here. All right, I'm going to play this right here.
Right answers. This red Corvette being towed away, now an area of interest for detectives. It was found in the driveway of the home where a mother, her son, and his
So keep in mind this red Corvette that was found in the driveway.
Girlfriend were believed to be killed before their home was set on fire.
We are willing to say that these individuals look like they were deceased before the fire was started. So this is definitely a homicide, not accidental deaths due to fire and smoke inhalation.
Detectives say the son recently bought the car, the previous owner in the clear, but investigators believe the last person driving the car was not the son. A neighbor told us off camera he heard a car door slam. Other neighbors didn't hear anything before the home was engulfed in flames.
This has been a little unusual.
Detectives believe one person was found on the first floor and 2 other people were found upstairs. All 3 had trauma to their bodies. Sergeant Michael Ritchie believes an accelerant was used to set the home on fire. He believes the suspect ran out of the back of the home. We saw a crime scene investigator placing evidence markers near a fence at a park.
Yeah, it's so interesting because we were kind of speculating on this fence back then, and then it turns out, like, on the surveillance footage, you see this guy back here.
Park nearby. He says setting fire after a homicide is a common tactic killers use to cover their tracks. The fire makes it more difficult, but detectives still believe enough evidence was left at the scene.
It's difficult to say this early in the investigation, but I do believe there's still enough evidence. As you can see, the house behind me, it's still intact. It wasn't completely burned down. Not everything inside was destroyed, so we have been able to recover some evidence.
Detectives hoping the evidence in the red car can lead them to that driver. Investigators say it's unclear if there is one suspect or multiple suspects involved in this tragedy, and at this time the 3 people have not been named, but we did speak with some people who were co-workers of them at the scene earlier today, and they are hoping for answers. So if you have any information, you're asked.
Yeah, so, I'll play that last part.
Call the Harris County Sheriff's Office
The Harris County Sheriff's
in
Office.
Cypress, Corley Peel, KP.
All right, so that said, a vintage red Corvette was seen being towed from the scene. He added, is now an area of interest for detectives. It was found in the $350,000 4-bedroom home's driveway and did not appear burned. After seizing it, detectives would only say that Foster, who weeks earlier had celebrated his 23rd birthday, had just bought the car. So it kind of makes you wonder, okay, just a brand new car. And the old owner had nothing to do with the fire or suspicious murders. Officers also stated their belief that Foster was not the last person to drive it. See, that's kind of that's what I was trying to Also stated their belief that Foster was not the last person to drive it, as a neighbor telling Click 2 Houston they heard a door slam before police arrived. So let me I gotta go put this on the mothers in our chat that we're having, because that's what I was remembering right there. Hold on. All right. So that's pretty weird. Others said they did not hear anything before the house fire broke out, after which first responders were called around 7 a.m. Officials quickly discerned the blaze was the result of arson, said Major Saul Suarez, before one of the detectives provided hints about a potential suspect. Now let me give her the... She said, All right. So this is Cameryn Richard, 21, was in the house with... So it sounds like she was just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. Also present were members of the Harris County Fire Marshal's Office who were successful in containing the blaze. None of the agencies had any updates as to the status of their investigation. This is them as a couple right there. Foster, 23, and his girlfriend, Richard. So Cameryn Richard is her name. And there's the house right there. And so when we go, I got to go back to my, all the way over to Texas. Here we go. So it's all just right in that little spot right there. Cameryn Richard, she lived over here. That's probably where, maybe with her parents, I would imagine. And then, let's see, right over here is where this all went down. And then right at the end of this cul-de-sac here, I did some of my best surveillance, trying to figure out where the locations were on this one. Yeah, so it's that house right there. Okay, so it sounds like it wasn't, okay, something that panned out. She texted me. So the part about he wasn't the last one to drive it didn't pan out, right? That's what I remember reading at the time. So it was right here inside this house, right? So that Corvette was just parked right out here in the front. And then I guess what we could do now is take a look at the 821. That's an article. The surveillance footage. And here's the raw surveillance footage. And so I put it all in the right order after this, right? So there's time on here, 5:37:38. And then down here it's 5:37:39. So that was I remember that one. That's a camera at one house that had two cameras on like the sides of the same house as it drove by. But they don't even have, and then this one's at 5:41, same spot. So there's like 4 minutes of missing time there. And then there's the same camera picking it up, driving the other direction. And I'll show you where all this is. And then here comes the vehicle coming back at 5:47:22. And then it's driving by here at 5:47, coming back, driving by a different location. And then right here is 5:47:27. So I think I was just down the street slightly from the last one, but really clear footage, right? I mean, does anybody out there know what kind of vehicle that is? I mean, they should know what that is just by, I mean, look at that right there. That's just, it's an Elantra. It's black though. All right, you guys, we're having another massive lull. I've already explained everything. We are currently still at 50% right now. So if you guys could help support the channel, if you're out there and you have the ability to, that would be great. My channel relies on you guys. So I think that goes down to the end of a cul-de-sac and then turns around. Now the car is right at the light. That's right. And then this looks similar to the same place where the shooting took place, but it's just this is the end of the cul-de-sac. See, this is out of order the way they put it. And then now it's coming back again. Now I have this all in here. Thanks for pause 007. And then I have a whole video that I made on it. So what we can do is watch the video that I made. It's just a regular video, so you'll hear my voice talking and everything. Yeah, it's unsolved, yeah. And look, see in this one right here, you got this guy walking here. This is him. This is the killer on the screen. He's right here walking. You can see him, right? He's walking along there. And this is at 6:03, so this is later. Quite a bit later. That's right, he was dropped off at the end of the street, and now he's walking down. Well, it's sort of interesting, the timing of some of this stuff. Because I think he walks down a side street and then cuts across a park and then goes through the back gate. And so there's a driver and a killer, which are both killers, right? I mean, so there's a driver and a killer. This is 6:19 here. So they were in the area for a while, 30 minutes. It's kind of like Kohberger, right? I mean, just driving around like a shark, waiting. And I tell you what, if Kohberger had done something more like this, where he walked to the house, that would have been a bit different story for him. So you see it turning at the end of the street down there, and then there's a swimming pool here. Now look up here, they sped this part of the video up, and I wish they just left it to normal speed, but you see at the top of the screen, he's walking like really fast. I think that's probably like double speed, probably. And then, yeah, and that was him going back. So in between that shot and this one, he killed all those people. Because this is him leaving now. And he'd already walked by. I think if we roll back a little bit, let's see if we can see the... So this is him going to the back of the house, and he kills them. And now, yes. Wow, I was looking for that. Look back here. Watch. Watch right over here. See that up in there? See him? The little darkness? There he goes. Now he's on the street out here. And they have this one sped up, I think, double time, too. He's not running. See how his feet are walking, but they just sped it up for some unknown reason. I can't stand when people do shit like that. So just so dumb. All right. So, I mean, I'll show you from above what's happening here. So I mapped it all out back then. And I had to go all these different streets to find the specific locations. So I think it starts off, I think I have it in order. So number one, let's see if that works out. Like it's right here, the shot. It's from like that house or something, and the person's walking by, I think. I'm not sure of the timing, but then two's here. And then 3 is right over here. It drives by. And then 4, so this camera has all these different shots, 4, 6, 7, and 8, and this has 3, 5. So it goes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, because that car drives this way. It comes around and turns and goes this way, and then there's a camera. I mean, this one guy has like 5 cameras on his house. A camera here filmed it driving twice in that direction, and then it comes down here. And then a camera on this building is exactly what was used for that one where it's turning around inside the cul-de-sac. It was pretty cool because it, I was able to go down and I matched it up with the tree there. And then it drives back out of the area, number 11. And then 12 would be, let's see, way over here on, I guess, clip number 12 is on this cul-de-sac. Like it's actually coming in to the area, I guess. But what we should do is just play the video that I made on it. And that's it, you guys. We got the $2 there, and we're still at the same spot. We're at 50% of a goal. I'm sorry that we're not just talking about Kohberger again, but I need you guys' support regardless of what we're talking about, because every case deserves people following it, especially ones like this. All right. Of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share the video, and subscribe. Today's video is regarding the Cypress 3 homicides that took place. And that's what I call the case. I thought maybe that would make it more catchy, I guess. Thank you, Jessica Schubach. August 18th, 2024, about 6 months ago. And we covered that when it happened. It was a crazy case where 3 individuals. Now, she was later than we're shooting. Actually, a cruiser parked out the front of the house. And as you can see down there, it's 5:41. It first started off at 5:36. Later than they possibly later than footage. I'll show you where I think a lot of the shots were taken, and there's some that I don't know. And they also don't have the correct time on some of the shots. Doesn't make sense, and some of them are. Don't have time on them, and some of them are way later than they possibly could be. I do create my own opening. All right, so here we go. Let's play it. All right, there is a vehicle driving by this is probably a police officer's house right here, because there's 5 surveillance cameras on it, and there's actually a cruiser parked out the front of the house. Forgot about that. And as you can see down there, it's 5:41. It first started off at 5:37. Now it's 5:41. And some of these cameras pick up the vehicle moments after, like it's just another camera shooting the same moment in time. In this case, it takes off, leaves for about 6 minutes. We don't have any footage of where it was out there. Right now it's turning down a cul-de-sac, but not the cul-de-sac that the homicides took place on. And there's the vehicle driving down the cul-de-sac. And these are all these shots are from the exact same camera, or the house. You can see across the street that same house is in a lot of the different shots. So this is 5:48 and 6 seconds. Now, after it went to the end, turned around and came back. And then I think another camera picks it up right now, continuing that same drive. Actually, I don't think I put this clip in the right order in terms of time, but it doesn't make sense because this is actually the house where the homicides took place, and it doesn't. It isn't. See, I thought that when I was first watching it, but it wasn't. I think I corrected myself. Looked like you could actually get there in that short amount of time. So now we're back to here at 5:48 and 12 seconds. That's the shot that would have picked up the previous shot. So it's virtually impossible for. Let me see this one here. Right here. I'm gonna go back. And there's the vehicle. I'm actually editing myself. Driving down the cul-de-sac. And these are all these shots are from the exact same cul-de-sac camera, or the house. You can see across the street that same house is in a lot of the different shots. So this is 5:48 and 6 seconds. Now, after it went to the end, turned around and came back. See, you can see right here it turns left. Watch. Maybe I'll mute this thing for a little bit. So you can see right when it gets to that intersection, see how it's right there. You can see the lights of it. And then it kind of, you see it start turning right there to the left. So that what that should be then is right over here. Now there's that section that had all right here. So it's just coming from this cul-de-sac, and then it turned left right there. And so it's weird because I think that was out of order. I think I was just playing the order of how it came. Because actually, after it turns this direction, that's when it's picked up in this cul-de-sac right there. So that cul-de-sac shot that I'm showing, I think is right there. See, there's that. And I remember looking around. I think I do all this in the video, though. So I put this clip in the right order in terms of time, but it doesn't make sense because this is actually the house where the homicides took place, and it doesn't look like you could actually get there in that short amount of time. So now we're back to here at 5:48 and 12 seconds. That's the shot that would have picked up the previous shot. So it's virtually impossible for the camera to be where I just showed it. So that clock is off on the camera near the murder scene. And this is on the street to the side of where the homicides took place. And this is earlier. We don't know what time this is because there's no time on it. And it's driving by. And this is just after he was dropped off on an adjacent street. You'll see here in a minute the vehicle drive by. Now, they believe he was dropped off in this next shot. You can see right there, it's 6:10. I'm going to move it forward.
Driveway in the neighborhood that has the... This is probably... And
I'm going to move it forward.
5:53:24. Okay, so now let's use this Adobe Premiere now to try to figure out. I'll show you where all these shots are. So this is the first one at 5:37:37. And that is right here. So if you look across the street, that one doesn't show it, but you can see right there. There's the stop sign. And just look at the patterns right here, and then a couple trees right there. Those are those two trees. There's the pattern, and it's filming that intersection. All right, so in that shot right there, the car is driving by like this down that street. Okay, so it's going like this, and that is at 5:37:37. So we'll just play it as it drives by. And now, that's the camera on the side of the house. And look at it, it's 5:37:40. So a camera just on the side of the house right here filmed that. And you can see right there, see the fence and then that smaller fence. A tree right there. I'll show you that in that shot. Let's open that up. And there it is. There's the smaller little fenced-in area. There's the other fence. So there's a camera on that side of the house filming the car going that direction.
Isn't that awesome?
And that's 5:37:43. And then about 4 minutes later, it's coming back again this direction, same camera. And then it picks it up on this camera. So it's just like if you were doing a movie and you had different cameras, you can switch over to them. And then it drives through the intersection that way. So if we're looking at it, let's back up a little bit. So that camera right there was filming it going down that street right there. Now, we don't have any footage, I don't think, from down in that area, but maybe there is some. Maybe some of the unknown clips are from down in that area.
It's totally planned, yeah. It's...
All right.
And I'll read the stuff that I got earlier today.
It's 5:41 and 24 seconds. And I'll show you why in a minute, why their clip, the time doesn't make sense when it's in the cul-de-sac. So it's 5:47:21 seconds. Now it's going down this street right here. So that's the street that I'm on right here. It's going that direction. So let's go up in the air, and as you can see, it's a cul-de-sac. But that isn't the cul-de-sac where the homicide took place. That's over here. It's this cul-de-sac. It's only, there's not too many cul-de-sacs in the area, but that's where the car is going right now in that shot.
Hold on a second. Is that right?
And let's get back to here.
No, I fixed that later.
You can see the car driving by. That's, again, another camera on that house. That's the third different camera. And
let me go back
here. It's this cul-de-sac.
No, it's this one right here.
It's only,
I think.
There's not too many cul-de-sacs in the area, but
maybe not. Maybe not.
That's where the car is going right now in that shot.
You know, I don't remember if I fixed it after the video, so maybe what I have in Google Earth is, with Google Earth is correct. We'll check here in a second. We'll check here in a second.
And let's get back to here. Now it's going down this street right here. So that's the street that I'm on right here. It's going that direction.
Right.
So let's go up in the air, and as you can see, it's a cul-de-sac. But that isn't the cul-de-sac where the homicide took place.
Right. So I thought that that's what I was thinking, that okay, this is the homicide, but it turns out that it wasn't. It all it did was turn around down here. Okay, so it did go down here. This video from back then isn't as accurate as I figured out after the show. So
that's over here. It's this cul-de-sac.
Yeah. So the homicide took place here, but the vehicle came down here and did a U-turn and came back up that same street.
It's only there's not too many cul-de-sacs in the area, but
yeah, there's only
that's where the car is going right now in that shot.
I don't know why I assumed
that. Back to here. You can see the car driving by. That's again another camera on that house. That's the third different
There's the
camera.
police car right there.
And
state trooper.
You can see it drive way down there. And then
so that's a state trooper car
in
right
this
there.
shot right here, it drives by, and that's another camera on the same house. See that house right across the street right there? That is right here. Let me get the street view. And that's that house right there. So there must be a camera, and I think it's this camera right there.
Yeah.
On that house. It looks like there's another one that was filming right there, and then another one up there. I mean, they got tons of cameras on that house. And there it goes. It's going back down the cul-de-sac.
Having massive lulls, you guys. Massive lulls. Doesn't look like we're going to make it.
Back. And that is at 5:48:06. And now it's coming
So that was after it went down to the cul-de-sac.
Back. So let's see what time that was when it originally drove by. 5:47:27. And then there's another clip, obviously, that starts right now. And now it's 5:48:07. It's probably a motion-activated camera. And it's always recording 10 seconds or so until it detects motion. And then it has it all the way over here into the cul-de-sac where the homicides took place if you were going by the time. So if you look down here, it says 5:47:52. And then this is 5:48:12. So it's virtually
you know what it really
impossible.
frustrates me is just like when you're doing these shows on something else, you get all these people that stop by and they just take off because you're not talking about only Kohberger. It's just, I think it's disgusting, actually. You know, be interested in something else for 2 seconds, okay?
For it to have done that. Right here, so it's 5:47:28. It's driving down. And you could throw that clip in there and make it seem like it's the correct clip because it's also going down a cul-de-sac. But it's not the right one. It's absolutely impossible. So down here, there is a tree and things look similar.
I think I changed my mind on the video.
I guess I could go over here and take a look. All right, so that was pretty crazy trying to find this, but I went off the air for a little bit because it took me another 20 minutes just to find where this house was. So right on this house right there, I think there's a camera, and it's filming. You know, you have this pole, and then these two trees show up, and then in that shot, you see the tree, but it's, you know, obviously it's wide angle lens, so everything looks smaller back in the distance, and you can also see this roof right here. So if we go back to the video, you can see there's the pole on the corner. So just look at it like that. Let me fix that a little bit. Let's go back to Google Earth and see right there. Imagine a camera being right there. Then you see this little bit of a sidewalk. Then it ends. You got this little, like a little bit of bricks or something right there, or, you know, missing grass. Then it goes a little bit here, then there's a pole, and then these two trees. Okay, so if we go to the surveillance, you got, see the little bear curves in.
God, I'm good at
there's
that
a pole,
stuff.
then the two trees, and then that house right there, you can make out there's a little window right there, and then there's a white side right there. And if you look at Google Earth and you turn around, You got that, and then it's white.
Yeah,
right
because
in
the
there.
video
So
I made
this is
a
where
while ago.
that shot was taken from. And you can also see right there the white area. I should have noticed that earlier, but it's right here. These, I don't know if they're mailboxes. Looks like it, yeah. Looks like they're mailboxes. So you can definitely see that also in the video. So there you go. All right, so I just already adjusted where it goes in the video as well. So let's take a look at that.
Wow, a
So
video
now we have
edited
the car
during
driving
making of
down
the
the
video.
cul-de-sac. Now here it is at the end of the
See,
cul-de-sac.
that makes sense. Yeah, there
Driving around. And then it exits, and now it's coming back out the other direction.
Zing.
And that's 5:48. So let's do the timing again. So this is 5:47 and 28 seconds. And I'll just play it for you. 5:47 and 30 seconds. Then at 5:47 and 53 seconds, it's at the end of the cul-de-sac, driving slowly, killing time. I mean, maybe they're looking for another victim. I don't know. We don't know if it was just
Yeah, we don't.
random.
We know, Shelky. Yeah.
And now they're heading back out the same way, and this is 5:48 and 8 seconds. So that was good to be able to place that clip somewhere now.
Yeah, we've already gone over all
And
this.
then at 5:48, 12 seconds,
let's
it's on the
see.
same house.
There's a
It
driver
drives
and a killer.
by, and I don't think they pick it up with that same camera on the side of the house. And now there's this sort of rogue
Thanks, Jared.
clip that we don't know what the timing of it is. Because this time, while that vehicle's driving down the same street, it doesn't do that U-turn that it made earlier when it dropped
I
him
found
off.
that spot right there.
So we don't know exactly when that clip is. That street he was just on is the street that he drives down to, where as the killer walks down to be picked up at later. And so now we have him walking here. That's the killer right there, walking down the street.
Yes, I think he's walking on this street right here. He's coming down like this. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can... I think it's like right... Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if that was the house or not, but I think it's right... somewhere right around in here. Let me see. Maybe it's, is it that one? That was it right there. Yep, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that has a triangle roof in that one, and then this one has the angled garage with the white door on it. Should be a tree across the street right there. Yep, right there. All right, well there you go. So that's that shot of him walking is right here. So up in the air, that's him walking this direction. So this is right before the homicide. So he actually comes right here, cuts across, and then goes around the tennis courts and then back through an opening in the fence here. I did have it, I just showed it to you, Marcy. No, I didn't have it, Marcy. I showed it to you right then. I just showed it to you. Jesus. I'm the one that made the video, and I put the pins on the screen. All right, I know exactly where everything is. All right, so let me, let's go back to this.
And now we know that that's actually at 6:03 and 58 seconds. And that shot there at 6:03 and 48 seconds, we found that one as well. So let's go back up here. That's the cul-de-sac that is not where the homicide took place. It's right here. The street that we see him driving, the car driving back and forth on right here and dropping him off.
That's right.
That's
right, he gets
this
dropped
street.
off.
Now that surveillance shot that we just saw is after he was dropped off right here. He walks this
You
direction.
don't see him get out of the car. Though.
And this is where the house is that he enters. So if we go down to street view here, and you can see there's a house there, and this house match what we see. So see the angled roof, and then there's a tree behind it. You can see that in the background over there. It's just a different angle. And then there's this roof here that looked good, but then there's a chimney there, and you couldn't see it. But guess what? There is a chimney right there.
Yeah. Well, hey, Kristen Galay, it's called a true crime YouTube channel. That's the topic in here. What the hell are you doing here? It sounds like you're getting triggered. Look how stupid this comment was by Kirsten Glay Parker. I'm not judging at all, but what's the point of going over this stuff so much? I find it makes me sad and scared to live in this world. Is obsession on this level healthy? Well, what are you doing here, you idiot? I mean, you should be out watching shows on bunnies and things like that. Why did you even stop by? This is a true crime channel. You know what it'd be like going to a music YouTube channel and asking why people are playing music. It's really kind of weird. Weird stuff, I got to be honest with you. You might want to check into a facility quick. Maybe purchase on your own one of those white jackets that tie in the back. You know, straight jacket. Wow. Scary stuff.
See that? It's just blown out by the camera. There's just a top of it right there.
There it is.
And everything else matches. So he was walking by right there, and he was dropped off apparently a little bit further up the road. And the other clip that you're seeing when he's driving by is right here. So when the vehicle
Yeah, he was dropped off up here.
drives by, let's go show you on the surveillance footage. So it's right here is another shot of that same street. So it's
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so right here, see that? That's like this. See that? It's filming it like just right here. That little curve in the road there. If I go back a little bit, maybe over here. So see how that looks right here? That look? That's right here. It's just like further down. I mean, I think you'd have to go kind of more back in this area. But see, and it's actually a house like in the driveway. Maybe this house here. That might even be a camera, like right there. See that camera? That's the one that's filming what you're looking at in that shot. And apparently he dropped somebody off right out of shot there, and that's the killer.
near the end of where it starts turning, and you can see across the street a couple of these houses.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to try again. We're still at we're at 50% still. We haven't moved in a long time. I'm sorry that I'm not covering only Kohberger tonight. But if you're watching the channel and you like the work that I do in general, I'm asking for the support from you guys while we're watching. And I do this on a nightly basis. It doesn't matter what we're, it shouldn't matter what we're covering. But tonight is 20% of what we've been doing when I've been covering Kohberger every single night. And I talked about him for a little bit at the beginning. But if you have the ability to and you're watching, don't rely on everybody else. See if you can help support the channel tonight so that we can continue the month going as it was. Because I was really stoked that we were going to be able to, at the end of the month, have a lot extra to then give away. But when you start doing this, it becomes a theme. You have a bad night, and the next night's sort of similar, and everybody goes like, yeah. And we just got to keep moving here. So if you have the ability to, that would be great. Thank you.
So if you go to Google Earth and
now get a brain.
Probably
Kristen.
about right there is the angle. It's on likely this house right here. Could even be that one, I guess. No, looks like I can see
Somebody
that
block
driveway with
that
the rocks on it.
person.
It's this one right here. Is filming straight out, shows the car drive by, and then it turns and goes that way. The time apparently that he drops off the killer, it actually goes like this,
No,
and
you
he turns
don't.
around and
You
then
don't,
comes
Kristen.
back
I'm
this
going to
way.
remove you from the channel. Good luck. All right? I don't have time for you.
So let's take a look at that.
All right? Have a good one.
And here he is walking. He's walking down that street, so it's an adjacent street, one street over from the cul-de-sac where the homicide took place. So I had thought earlier that that one time he does the loop, it's actually down the cul-de-sac where the homicide took place, but it wasn't. I mean, it's amazing because it looks very similar. I just assumed it was.
Let's see. We need about 15
I'm glad
more
we were able to
channel
figure that out.
memberships.
So
Can
right
you guys
here,
do that?
apparently he had just dropped him off, and now the car is going to do a U-turn and then follow back towards him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Dixie. It's just the support won't be there. You know, so that's the issue that I have.
You know, it makes you wonder if that first time, you know, they drove by, he dropped him off, and then he drove back down and then came back around again.
So right there, did he drop him off right there and then turn around? And now he's actually gonna drive past the killer, I think.
Don't know, but maybe he's giving him time to walk all the way to that park area.
I don't know.
And now this is footage that we don't know what this is. It says 6:19 and
That's just the
29
car
seconds.
driving
There's
around.
the car seemingly driving slow. It doesn't make sense because they told us at the press conference that at 6:14 it was already leaving the area.
I guess there was a press.
So I don't know where this is. If you can find these two clips
Thanks,
right
Dixie
here,
Hippie.
this one and this one.
Did anybody
No,
hear
not
what
that
I
one.
said?
These two right here. This one right there, it's 6:19:34, and then 6:19:33. It's literally should be the same camera. It's just in the same house, and the two cameras are synced and are likely off. So if you can find that, let me know. Now we've got these two shots right here. And they're interesting because you can see him walking back there. And now they have this sped up. I'm almost think I'm going to slow this down. Let's do speed and duration. Right here, we'll make it
50%.
let's do like 60%.
I don't know. I just didn't say 50, but
Let's see how this works. So now he's walking over there. That looks a little bit more normal.
yeah, I think it's more like
It's probably still a little
33
fast.
or something.
You can see him walking
Thanks,
at the
Marcy
top
Gilmore.
of the screen up there. And that's going to be about 6:06 because a minute ago we just saw him walking at, this is, let's see, 6:03 and 51 seconds. So apparently as he walks down the street another minute or so, then he cuts across right here, and then you see him walking back here. And where that is on the map is right here. Let's do it. So he gets dropped off and he walks this direction, and then it's not really too far. Look at, that's where their surveillance is. And then just 2 houses down, he would cut across, and then apparently he's back here walking through. There's a swimming pool right here. That's where that camera is actually filming this. It looks like they've changed it to just 2 tennis courts, though, recently. That there isn't a little miniature basketball court anymore. So this is where the camera's filming him walking. So he's walking back like this, and then he comes around, and apparently at 6:06 enters the house. So, but he actually enters the house through the back door. He walks along the fence, goes in the back, and there's no forced entry at all. He goes into the house and he kills all 3 people with a gunshot, then lights the house on fire, and then at 6:11 is leaving the area. And apparently in this scenario he walks this way along the fence and then out right around here. So let's take a look at that next shot. So this is again when he's going to the house. They don't have any time frame on this. And then here he is at the end. You can see him right over there moving. See that? He's moving right there. It's kind of small, but you can definitely see it. And I've slowed it down.
It's going to be
So
slower
there he
than
goes.
that. He's
Just right
walking.
there walking. And then amazingly, when he's walking, that car seems to know exactly when he's going to be there. So did he get on his phone and say, yeah, I'm ready? I mean, it's crazy.
Or is he watching? That's kind of weird. Yeah. How did he know that?
And then just like in the Barraza case, you see the car there. Now this one, the lights are turned off, but you can see movement over here. And then the person gets in, I believe, the passenger seat. And then eventually he starts driving and then turns his lights on after the car is moving. So see that? It's driving away. Now let me show you where that sequence took place. So there is a parking lot right there. And if we go up in the air, that means that video was filmed right here. And as you can see, the killer probably came through like this and then across and walked that direction. See that? And then there's a street right there that he gets into. So that means right over here, he gets into that
Hey,
car
thanks,
they
Marcy.
said at 614, and they see it going this direction. All right. Then there's another clip over here by there's now two who's going to be there.
Look at this again.
At 606, and then at 6, we just saw him walking
Now that it
right
turned
here.
right
Look
now
at
that I
that's
look
where the
at it
surveillance
again.
is. Tennis courts though, at 6, and then it's kind of small, but you can definitely. He's going to be there.
I
So
thought
did
he
he get on
turned
his
right
phone and
there.
say, "Yeah, I'm ready"?
Or something. Let's see.
I mean, it's crazy. And then just like in the Barazic case, you see the car there. Now this one, the lights are turned off, but you can see movement over here. And then the person gets in, I believe, the passenger seat. And then eventually he starts driving and then turns his lights on after the car is moving. So see
no, I
that?
guess it did go straight.
It's driving away. Now let me show you
I
where
just did.
that sequence took place.
Let me do that. I think there must be an island there. So hold on. Yep, there it is. That's an island right here. That's why it looked weird like that. So that car was just right over here, parked. And the killer, he came like this and around, and then out to here, got into the car, and then it drove this direction. I mean, it was absolutely planned. I mean, they even knew that there was a back fence that was open there. How would they know that? I mean, that's just crazy. They snuck around the back entrance. And there's other information here that I got today that makes it all just more interesting. But yeah, see how it's, I mean, there's all tennis courts there because that's more recent than the video that I just did.
place.
Or not just did, the one I did last year.
So there is a parking lot right there, and they see it going this direction. All right. Then there's another clip over here by there's now two tennis courts, so it doesn't look like
it
that.
takes
It
a
actually
right
looks like
there.
this. The tennis court is over here, and you'll see that in the next shot.
Yeah, so now they actually do have the satellite that shows that.
And I guess it's moving right now. Could be paused. I mean, yeah, there. Well, this is him walking. So we're back. We rewound it a little bit. So he gets back in. He gets in that car, and then he takes off. So here's the other shot. See the tennis court right there?
That made it weird.
And then you can see the vehicle in another shot. You'll see it here pull up in a minute. And I slowed it down. So there it goes right there, and then it takes a right. Okay, so from that angle, that means it drives like this and takes a right. So if you look up in the air, this is exactly what we predicted he did on when we originally covered the case. I said that he likely parked a car here. If they're searching right here, he likely parked a car here. And then look at the proximity to freeways. So he came out like this, and then boom, he's out of here. He went that way. And then right there's an actual freeway, and this is probably like a highway right here. That's an expressway. So he got on the expressway, and then he could get into a highway and leave. So it almost feels like it's a hired hit of some sort. All right. So, you know, you got a couple clips out there that I don't know what they are, but
yeah, that one at
apparently,
19
you know,
is
he's
weird.
driving around,
That's when he's
killing
at it.
time, and at one point he goes down here, drives around, and exits, and then at the very end, around 6:03 3 or so, he's dropped off right in this area, and then he walks this way.
Up here.
Cuts across over here, goes around by the fence, goes through a gate, and then goes into the backyard. And I guess he apparently didn't have to break in. It was unlocked. He goes inside the house, goes up to the second floor, and
So in there
kills,
for 5 minutes. Shot
all
3 people.
three
and burned them.
victims, and then with a gun, and then sets the place on fire. And then at 6:11, he's exiting right here, going this direction, comes out, walks down, I think right to this area, gets into the vehicle at 6:14, and then drives away, and that camera shows him going this direction down the highway. So they've got lots of surveillance here,
Yeah.
and they've got really good images of the car.
It reminds me of Brightigan and Barraza combined. It's like the same thing. It's weird. Brightigan and Barraza. Hey, thanks, brown-eyed girl. All right, some hope. I mean, tonight's just been a.
You, my brown-eyed girl.
Thank you.
Surprised they aren't able to tell us exactly what type of car it is. Seems like that should be relatively easy. There are some really good shots of it. All right, well, I hope you guys.
Well, what do you guys? I mean, that took me a long time when I made this video to figure out all these spots, but I love doing that kind of stuff. That's why sometimes I wish I worked for. Of course, you already know where the stuff is, but I back engineer stuff, and not only that, like there's sometimes where there's images released, and I'm able to find where it is without it being sort of an official thing that anybody even knows where it is. Like you just give me an image, I can tell you where it is. I did that in this one crazy cold case of this missing girl, and there was one picture of her on a dock, and I was able to just go through a whole lake and find the dock that was standing on. It's pretty crazy. All right. So there's that. So let me go over these notes from today, you guys. It's pretty pretty long. I mean, look, I'll show you on the screen. That's pretty big, you know, a lot of stuff going on there. All right, you guys interested in this? So this is the mother of, you know, one of the victims, all right? I don't know if she... Well, before we get to that, there's an article that was just out recently that she was in. This is from, I think, yeah, August 19th, all right? And she is the mother of Cameryn Richard right here. That's who I've got these notes from, but let's play this.
Today marks 1 year since 3 people were mysteriously shot to death.
It seems like about 3 years ago, doesn't it? I mean, just based on, it just seems so long ago.
Inside of a Cypress home before the killer intentionally set the home on fire.
The tragedy happened on August 18th of last year at a home off Plains River Drive. 54-year-old Kelli Masciarelli and her son, 23-year-old Kolin Foster, were killed, as was Colin's girlfriend, 21-year-old Cameryn Richard.
KPRC2's Corley Peel has been following this case since the very beginning, and she sat down with Cameryn Richard's parents, who are hoping for more answers.
Over the past year, no one has been identified as a suspect. In this case, there are 2, the shooter and the getaway driver. There is still a $25,000 reward on the line, but Cameryn Richard's family is starting to feel hopeless.
She was the joy of my life.
A year
So this is the lady that, the mother right here, we were messaging.
of heartbreak is what Cameryn Richard's parents, Tina and Johnny Taylor, have felt without their kind, sweet, and animal-loving daughter.
Just horrific. I mean, just something that you never ever expect, you never think you'd go through.
21-year-old Cameryn was staying at this Cypress home off Plains River Drive with her boyfriend, 23-year-old Kolin Foster, and his mother, Kelli Masciarelli. On August 18, 2024, detectives say all 3 were shot to death before someone intentionally set the home on fire. When was the last time you talked to Cameryn?
The night before. But I talked to her at 9 o'clock.
And this is,
she was watching.
This is, hold on, this is, so she talked to her that night at 9. This is, what channel is this? Click to Houston.
Grey's Anatomy for the 15th time. She sent back, "Good night, Mama. I love you so, so, so much." That was the last words I spoke with her.
Cameryn's parents did not know what happened until watching the news the next morning.
I recognized the house, and then I saw her car out
Yeah,
front.
it's KPRC. Right?
And I screamed for Johnny and said, that's a house that Cameryn lives at.
The killer was nowhere to be found. 6 months after the murders, the Harris County Sheriff's Office and FBI Houston released this surveillance video of the suspected killer and the getaway car. Around 5:30 a.m., this black sedan is seen driving around the neighborhood for about 30 minutes. At 6:03 a.m., a thin hooded man is dropped off at the intersection of Watermill Drive and Palos Park Drive. He starts walking south towards the community center while the other suspect drives around the neighborhood. The man in the hoodie hops the fence. He enters through the back gate of the home without forced entry. Once inside, he quickly shoots all 3 people, killing them before using an accelerant to set the home on fire, covering his tracks. 11 minutes later, around 6:14 a.m., surveillance from the clubhouse shows a man walking away from the home.
That's an error. See what I'm saying? Like, these news articles, people, they don't even know what they're looking at 90% of the time. That's the person going to the crime scene. All right? See, there's the pool, the tennis courts. See? And you go like this. Here's the pool, the tennis courts, and then you're making your way to the crime scene. And one at the end, you can see a little bit of movement on a camera where the person is walking right over here and leaving, because when they left, they went along the fence line and out. All right? So that's an error in that article there.
The getaway driver picks him up near Cypress Wood Drive and Palos Park Drive and takes off. After the surveillance was released, law enforcement sources
It's not an ex-girlfriend.
told me they had.
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, I did talk to her about, maybe, but the thing, well, just, everyone has their initial thoughts all the time, but let me read the notes. I think it's more about the guy, Kolin, and maybe it is a guy that liked her and went in there and took him out and then killed her too, but it's pretty interesting, these notes. So you'll just have to hang out for a little bit.
Had a good lead on the vehicle, but no updates since. Investigators say majority of the clues of the cold-hearted killing erased by flames that burned the home that remains boarded up. 365 days later, the suspects have never been identified. The motive is still a mystery.
I want them to get who it is, but I just don't think they're going to get it solved. I don't have any faith.
Detectives told Cameryn.
You know what's interesting is I told her about Mercedes Vega case, and a lot of times victims, family, they don't believe that people are working, but they're really working their asses off on the side the whole time. And so I think it's kind of similar to that, right? Like, it's a year later. Mercedes Vega took about a year. This case has surveillance footage, a guy walking. You would think that they would deploy different places like the FBI or whatever to figure out how things are moving around, etc. Hey, thanks, Dale Gallio. I keep saying it that way because of the way you said it that one time.
Parents, their timid and tiny daughter, who battled heart conditions, was not the intended target. I see you have a butterfly on your hat. Butterflies are a special symbol for Cameryn.
For me and her, she loved them. But after she got out of the hospital, I went and got a butterfly tattooed on my back, because butterflies represent something beautiful can come out of something, the transition, coming out of something hard. And she always loved that story.
How do you want Cameryn to be remembered?
For just being a fighter, for dealing with health issues her whole life and being resilient and still smiling and happy and finding happiness in everything. I'm never going to stop fighting for her.
Cameryn's mother says her faith is the only thing keeping her going. I have reached out to the Harris County Sheriff's Office, and they tell me there is not a significant update right now, but this is an ongoing investigation. They're also working with FBI Houston. Again, there is that $25,000 reward for any information that can lead to an arrest. If you know anything, you're asked to contact the Harris County Sheriff's Office or Crime Stoppers.
So that's the new article that's out there. All right, so these are the notes, though. So this is where, I think it gets way more interesting now. All right, now that we have these notes. All right, you guys ready? Yeah, I think she's was very pretty as well. It says, my daughter's boyfriend's family did not want to be on the air. They said that they are not able to deal with it right now. I can tell you why my daughter was cleared. My daughter was cleared of the reason for any motive, and I'm coming to that house there. Let's see. And I'm coming to that house. They are looking heavily. They're looking at Kolin. Right? I'm not sure what, she was doing a voice to text, so some of it's off. I knew there could be nothing about my daughter because she was a good girl. She had health issues her whole life, a bad heart, mitochondrial disease, a genetic condition which made her tiny. She wasn't allowed to do things kids her age could do because she had such bad health problems. And I had talked to her that night, and she was at home. I'm not sure where Kolin was, but he was out. I spoke with the news station for about an hour and 30 minutes. She basically wanted to go over, like I said, how we've been this year. I just hope she picks up the important points in that 5-minute segment. Well, I think what I've just read right now is, I know it's just weird about the news. They just edit out all the really important stuff that would make people be like, wow, let me look at, and they, I don't know. It's frustrating. I just hope she picks up the important points in that 5-minute segment or 4-minute segment out of that hour and 30 minutes. I know now this is talking about Kolin right now. It says, I know he bought a gun 2 weeks before the murders, and when I asked my daughter why, she said, he said it's always good to have protection, and then she told me that he never even shot a gun. That worried me only because me and her dad thought he was a little sneaky, so that did send up flags. We begged her to come home. She wanted to stay with him. She had her cat over there, and she knew that he had just moved somewhere, and we didn't want the cat to be peeing all over our stuff. I finally told her she could bring the cat, but she wasn't going anywhere. She loved that boy, meaning Kolin. KPRC 2 news segments will be out the 18th at 10 p.m. and then consecutive over the next few days. And then, that was like on the 16th we talked, and then today some more. She said, my daughter didn't go with him to buy the gun because I was asking questions like, well, why did he buy it? I mean, that seems connected somehow. Something was worrying him, I thought. My daughter didn't go with him to buy it. He just came home with it. She didn't go out a whole bunch because she had health issues. She told me in a laughing way, like, why would he buy it? This is what Cameryn's telling her mom. Like, why would he buy a gun for his birthday on a whim? My daughter was very laid back. She didn't overthink anything. But it brought up a red flags to me, the mother, and I questioned it. And then it seemed like a week or two later that he bought that car. So 2 weeks after he bought the gun, he bought that car, that vintage Corvette. All right, you guys, we need about another 10 channel memberships among all you guys. So if you guys can do that, I'll donate 5 myself just to pretend that we had a decent night, all right? So if you guys do 10, I'll do 5, all right? Let's see.
From a private dealer. Okay, that said, she told me about it because she thought it was kind of weird that he would buy a gun when she didn't even know of him to have ever shot one. They did confiscate Colin's gun at the crime scene. He bought the car from a private dealer out in Waco somewhere. I asked, they've cleared that guy, but let's see, but I had even brought up. They cleared that guy that she brought up or something. I don't know, but she was doing voice to text. So let's see. That said, but could this be somebody that wanted the car? Also, that maybe was in a bid for it. They didn't say anything, but the car was left there though. All right. Then it says they have cleared Cameryn and Kelli as a motive. So Cameryn, her daughter, and Kelli, the mother of Kolin, they've cleared. Okay, they are looking primarily at Kolin, the boyfriend. And I think this is really interesting stuff. This adds a lot more texture to what we just sort of see a car driving around, and then we see, oh yeah, people were shot and killed, and then somebody left. But now we're seeing what's happening. Hey, thanks, Roseanne. 9 more. Let's see if we can do it. Hey, there's another one. 8. They have cleared Cameryn and Kelli as a motive. They are looking primarily at Kolin. They said they cleared the dealer. They dropped a lot of balls in the very beginning on this case. Granted, the arson got rid of a lot of the evidence. Yes, but the fact that somebody knew to come in... See, this is really an interesting insight, here, because it said... let's see, yes, but the fact that somebody knew to come in the back door and knew, where accelerant or gasoline could be found in the house makes me feel like it was somebody that knew them already, or somebody that knew to pay somebody to do a hit. I think absolutely 100%. Like somebody knew that there was an opening in the fence, and apparently she would go outside and the mother and smoke cigarettes, and would often leave that door unlocked too in the back. So somebody knew this. My daughter told me about it before all this happened. It's probably a week before this happened. Here's another thing Colin's sister Mackenzie told me. So this is the boyfriend's sister told me that her mother was known for leaving that back door open and unlocked at all times. She would go out there to smoke. So there's the actual written version of that. Also, the person that did this did not carry an accelerant inside. How would he know where to find accelerant in the house? There are things that I brought up to the detectives when I did some investigating of my own. See, that's that's pretty crazy right there, right? I mean, yeah, how would in a 5-minute window, this person goes into a house, shoots 3 people, and finds accelerant and burns the house? I mean, that's wild to be able to find gasoline, and obviously that was part of the plan to begin with. All right, you guys, 8 more channel members. We can do it. All right, and the next one is, my daughter told me about it before all this happened, probably a week before this happened. Here's another, I don't remember what that topic was about. Here's another thing. Colin's sister Mackenzie told me that her mother, was known for leaving. We did that. Okay, I went up too far again. All right, so this is how people were shot. It says, my daughter was asleep when she was shot in the head. So she was literally in bed, and she was shot in the head, and Kolin was shot up so bad that he couldn't be viewed at the funeral. So that's why they think he's probably why the person was even in there. This is coming from Colin's sister.
Kelli was shot once in the chest. This is the mother. But if you look at the autopsy report, they show my daughter had gunshot wounds with an S on it, and Kolin had gunshot wounds, and Kelli was shot up in the face and the neck in the head. So that would make you think that the mother was the... But then... but here's what's weird about that. I'll tell you in a second. That is not what I was told. So the autopsy is wrong as well. Unless what you were told was wrong. Autopsies are generally what's correct. This is where I have problems with Harris County because someone's not telling us the truth. And I'm going to go by what... Okay, well, yeah, somebody in Harris County told you that. But I'm going to go by what somebody says that they viewed the bodies for themselves. My daughter had a beef with nobody. Because I said, does your daughter have any issues? And I said, and if I thought she did, I would definitely say it. She was a very sweet, unassuming, very naive young lady. Kolin was only her second boyfriend ever. She just was so sheltered by us. I don't think she ever thought anything bad could happen to her. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her and Collins were both in the same bed when they were shot. So sort of, like Maddie and Kaylee sort of in a bed, but in this case they were both shot up. Sounds like she thinks that Kolin was in the bed and was sort of treated more like Kaylee, right? Just shot up into pieces. Just because of all her various serious health issues, we have had to shelter her. There was things that she could do that other people she couldn't do that other people could do. She was on the heart transplant list for Texas Children's her whole entire life. Wow. Did she get one? Also, Harris County had a lead on that car. They knew where it was parked, and they knew where it was going. Why all of a sudden did they lose it? My daughter was found in the fetal position, just like she sleeps, eyes closed, and shot once in the head. I think whoever did this didn't want any witnesses to anything. I mean, it's a triple homicide, and you're definitely going to get the death chair or life in prison. If we ever find out who did it, I'm going to push for the death chair. The mom was in the hallway. So this part here makes you just go, And again, there's crossovers. Kind of, it's similar to the Idaho. Because right here it says, the mom was in the hallway on the downstairs floor. In fact, when the cops and fire department got there, they pulled her out because she still had a pulse, but they lost her in the front yard. So here's the thing. You shoot the mother in the hallway, and then you go out of your way to go upstairs, and you kill two other people and one. So really, I see what Kolin is the one. It seems like he's the target because you go into the house and you shoot the mother. Why would you, if that was your target, why would you go out of your way to go upstairs and kill more people? Right? You wouldn't do that. So you killed the mother because she saw you coming in now, and she's out of the way. Then you go upstairs, and then you shoot up Kolin, and likely you probably think, okay, the girlfriend might wake up, so you shoot. You're shooting and shooting, shooting. So isn't that crazy though? I mean, that gives you a whole different perspective. Just having this kind of knowledge here is that it's this house right here. And if you go around the back over here, there's a fence. And apparently you can just walk right through an opening in the fence back there. And the person went right through the back because that back door was always left unlocked. Crazy. I got a couple more paragraphs to read here. But hey guys, if you guys can help get to those next, we need 8 more channel memberships. All right, that's... it could be any... Here, let's just do this one. Yeah, so this is similar here. I think. Is this going to work? All right there. I think that's it. Right, so if we get 8 of those 10... I'll do it. I mean, so it doesn't matter. It just all it comes out to is $40. All right. So all together, everybody in there, we just got to keep moving. I don't want to miss a goal this month. At least now. We missed some early, and we've made it a great recovery heading into the last 5 days. We got today and then until the 30th, and then the next day is our donation night. So I want to be on a roll there. I'm trying to make the videos and put them out there, getting the ad revenue, but I need this support from the people watching the channel. I'm hoping that doesn't fall on deaf ears. Seems to do that some nights. All right, let's see. We have... so Kelli was shot once in the chest, but if you look at the... Okay. Because my daughter was asleep when she was shot in the head, and Kolin was shot up so bad he couldn't even be viewed. Kelli was shot once in the chest, but if you look at the autopsy report, they show my daughter had gunshot wounds. Like we already went over that part. The mom was in the hallway on the downstairs floor, and in fact, when the cops and the fire department got there, they pulled her out because she still had a pulse, but they lost her in the front yard. My daughter was the only one that wasn't shot up badly. She was still viewable, but she didn't want to be in the ground. We've already talked years before about that. She wanted to be cremated. Yes, him and Cameryn both were shot in the bed. Kelli was shot on the first floor. So that means that he went out of his way to go up to that second floor. Yeah, let's start it. Yeah, try to get the thing going here, Patricia. Get some super chats going. We're trying to get to the goal here. I've been... seems like it's just so hard tonight. It burned for about... It burned for... The fire that was started burned for 45 minutes before anybody got there. I mean, that's crazy. It didn't look as... I guess it's a brick house, though. You don't really know how bad it was inside. Cameryn had told me that it was... that he grew up with a lot of abuse. His father was not in the picture at all. He didn't get along with his father. He rarely got along with his mother. And they're just a few strange... a little bit of a strange family. The second interview we did, they didn't want to be on camera. They didn't want to be on camera at first press conference. I mean, I'm not too worried that somebody else is out there. If it's my time to go, it's my time to go. But they took something very suspicious to me, so they will be seeing me out there. The fact that he had nobody to come and talk to on his behalf is just very sad. So I guess he didn't have anybody there. Cameryn did tell me that Kolin had a propensity to get online and argue with people, and she would always tell him to stop. Cameron's friends told me that they would be out if he drank too much. He'd get really cocky and arrogant, and that Cameryn would get embarrassed and tell him to stop. So there's so many scenarios here. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I put a new goal up on the screen there. Hasn't budged. Kolin came in late or early in the morning, and neighbors said he saw somebody that didn't look like him, but I never heard anything about that affair. So I think that's what we just saw earlier, that one little comment. And then they have been able to get into Cameron's phone and Kelli's phone. They have not been able to get into Colin's phone. His is the only one they're able to... they're able to get into it, but they're not able to get into the apps on it, like WhatsApp. So there you go. So that's the interview there. Pretty crazy. It's just crazy in here tonight. You know, hardly anybody's chatting, nobody's talking, and really... Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, you know, there's video. The surveillance footage up there shows the car just kind of killing time almost. Like it's up here, did a U-turn up in there, and then it came back around. And then eventually the vehicle, you know, probably even came down to here and then drove up like this again maybe. came up here, dropped him off, then he walked this direction, and then he came over here, cut across, and then went through the tennis court, and then through the fence, and then into the house at 6:06, killed them all. At 6:11, he's leaving the house, walks this direction, and then around onto the street here, makes his way to a vehicle right there at 6:14. Then that vehicle drove down like this, and then headed that direction. Out of there. So there you go. And making its way to the main highway here. Highway 290. All right. You just send me an email, Dale. I don't know if it's another case or whatever. We're trying to get over... I was just trying to go over this one. I don't know. I can't see your posts. It's like... You know, read my, I don't know what your first post is or when it was, or that's what's hard, you know. How do I find it? Oh yeah, police came to my house because my mom was witness and they found her book bag and my phone number was crumpled in the corner of her bag. I just gave it to her that day and then I found this group. Oh, cool. I don't know what the I didn't see I can't see the one before it. Oh, you emailed me 50 years ago. Wow, that's crazy. So is there any chance you guys we're going to reach the goal tonight? I set it up on the screen. I've let you guys know what it is and it hasn't moved. And I'm just wondering what it was my all the videos and stuff that I'm doing shitty today, or I'm not sure what the, you know, I did what you guys wanted. I made a video today that had the audio that was edited, you know, fixed so you guys could listen to it, and hardly like a third of the views in any other video. So not sure what happened. So we're in a hole tonight. Speeding the other, no, I don't have any thought. It's not going that fast. They sped up the video. That car is driving a normal speed. I don't have any thoughts on it. It has nothing to do with anything. Just another car out and about. It's 6 o'clock. Let's see. Anything? Thanks, Glenda. Yeah. Just hardly anybody watched it. So. I guess the answer is no to the question. Yeah, I mean, he bought a gun, you know, and then he buys a Corvette. I mean, where did he get the money for that? You know, it makes you kind of wonder if he was doing something he shouldn't be doing. And then, but you know, the proceeds, like, it's almost like he got proceeds from something that he shouldn't have got money from, and then he knows that, so he purchased a gun to protect himself from whatever proceeds that he used to then buy the Corvette. I mean, it sort of, you know, has a sort of a ring to sort of like, well, that sort of sounds. All right, so we got Glenda there. We need 9 more of those. Or no, 7 more of those to reach the goal where I'll donate 5 memberships, right? Which is, you know, not dumb on my part. I don't know. Apparently him and his mom worked for the same place, and that was kind of, she said it was sort of sort of a shady place. I don't know what's going on tonight, Dale. It's just a weird one. Yeah, I don't really care, Minnesota Nice. I shouldn't have to, because of idiots like you who come in and never donate a nickel. I have to ask every single night. So I think you are sick. Go look in the mirror, you ugly idiot. God, you're so stupid. I don't care. You know, on my show, I'm trying to get people to support my channel so we can keep doing and do the goals that we're doing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. What I think sucks, though, is sort of the apathy of an entire, people just going, yeah, forget it, Gray, yeah, whatever, where I have to keep asking over and over. I can't stand asking. It makes it so it's a soul-crushing feeling, but it's the only way that seems to even work. And you guys, I don't know, man. Incredibly frustrating. I shouldn't have to ask over and over and over again. And I try my best on here to do a show where everybody can be following and watching, and we just don't really need people like, see, this Minnesota Nice is never watched. They're just a troll from the troll community who came in to say what they wanted to say. All right. Anyways, thanks, J-Law. But don't you understand? Like, why should I have to always keep asking, so that we can get to the goals, so that we can give, like, the whole point is, I do the whole month of work, and I need to have enough money extra to be able to give the money away too. All right? There's the money that the channel needs to make. And so I don't know what tonight is, what the difference is. So whatever it is, it is, it is. Yeah, it doesn't have any effect when I do it that way, Lisa. Like right now, there's a goal up on the screen. You see that at the top of the chat there? Hasn't even been touched. So it doesn't matter if I type it in. So, yeah, I've tried that before too. It just doesn't work. Let's see, because my channel tries to make a difference outside of the actual show, in the real world. And so that's why I try so hard on a nightly basis to get the funds coming in, because if the funds aren't there, you can't do it. We've given $100,000 plus to our DNA fund, and that doesn't happen if people aren't supporting the channel. Just I know what it takes. So. Anyways, tonight's a frustrating night for me. So, you get to see all the nights, the shitty nights, the good ones, the crappy ones, and maybe this is just one of those. It's okay. Don't worry about it. and by the way, I'm not even directing it to any specific person or anything. If you can't afford it, I don't want you sending anything here. Take care of yourself and everything. Let's see. Maybe he bought the Corvette. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you're gonna buy a gun. I mean, I guess would you buy a gun after a big gambling win? Well, I mean, what would make you nervous about that? Unless you were hanging out with shady people. Yeah. So you have the gun purchase, which might not be related. But I'm always suspicious of stuff like that. If somebody buys a gun and then 2 weeks later they get killed, that means that they were thinking that they're in danger from somebody. Like, you're 23 years old, you never bought a gun before, but then you get killed 2 weeks after you buy a gun. That's got to be connected somehow. I don't think it's a loan shark. They just would have roughed him up somewhere and taken his vehicle. It's got to be some other thing. Thank you, Marcy Gilmore. Yeah, so the drug angle, like almost, or some angle where he got money that he shouldn't have had. I mean, how did he afford to, well, I mean, he could have just been making payments, I guess. Yeah. It definitely could be drug related on his part. Just like Kolin, and maybe she didn't know anything about it. Cameryn, God, isn't that amazing? I always bite when the trolls come in, though. I don't know what it is. It's like they know exactly what to type in. And they're never really even here, and then they throw in comments. How does he explain? I don't know, because he got the mom's dead, Marilee's. So I don't know how he explained it to her. The mom, the son. So it's Kelli, Kolin. So Kelly's the mom, Colin's the son. They're both killed, and then Cameryn is the girlfriend of Kolin, who just happened to be there. I don't think she had anything to do with anything. You know, I mean, you could sort of make an argument that, you know, all the gun and the car and everything, and they're just normal things. But here's the thing. Here's what I think. That's what I told her. As I think that I was wondering, why did they kill Cameryn? You know, if she's still on her side in fetal position, she never woke up. So what was the point of that? And then I said, I think it's possible that Cameryn knew of an issue that he was having, so that if she was left alive, he would have been somebody she mentioned to police as a suspect. You know, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, the reason you would kill her is like, you know, even if, I guess though, let's say she was sleeping at her own house that night, you'd almost still have to figure out a way to take her out, because then she'd still know that information. But I don't know. It's just, it's weird. Thank you, Marcy Gilmore. And by the way, you guys, when I ask for support on the channel, I know it's not like, I don't like having to do it, and it doesn't, you know, I know it doesn't look like, everybody wants people to do YouTube channels and just shut the hell up and just do the show, let us enjoy it, and we'll get the hell out of there, okay? That's how they want it to be. And so it's not, quote, attractive to some people, but, you know, I'm just trying to make things happen here. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. You know, I haven't really had to try too much, like, for a few days. But as soon as you touch another case, oh, my God, it just, you know. So, right, they're probably missing because the title doesn't say something. I don't know. We have 300 and something people. I don't mind that kind of. Let's see. Yeah, well, I mean, whatever it is, maybe he sort of, whatever he got is what he bought the car with. So maybe you might say, since the car wasn't taken, you might say something like, whatever was used to get the car, however the money was, you know, received to buy the car, that's what the issue is with somebody, and that's why he bought a gun. Because it's sort of interesting that he buys a gun, and then he buys a car, you know, kind of an expensive car on his birthday, and then he gets killed, you know, right after he bought the car. Like, I think he got it, like, right then. And this would be a normal job, Fish. God, you're stupid. These people are so dumb. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Idiots. Cool. All right. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Yeah. I'd like to get her on here and talk through everything. That'd be pretty interesting, I think. I think what we could try to do, though, is figure out where that one shot was, though. The last surveillance shot. Maybe we could try that. I guess it would be like, you know, let's say you're a waiter and you're working at a restaurant.
and you know, you're a waiter there, but you don't get a salary, so you're just doing nightly work with no income coming in, and you're getting tips from people, and then after you don't get tipped a couple nights, and you say, hey, how come nobody's tipping? Then you have somebody come in and say, hey, why don't you get a real job? Well, it is a real job. It normally is normal. Let's see. Right here, there. And here's the original video right here. This is the original. I just downloaded it again today. But let's see where was that one. It was like 618. I wonder if we can find that. No, that's the 619. So 619. See, that one's. Is everybody else 818? See, there it is. So this is after, though. See, that's 619 there. That's why I don't get it. I mean, and then it does, what is it doing over there? Oh, that's like a, oh, that's the cul-de-sac. Hold on. No, it's not a pickup of the next shot. That's not like that's the next shot there. That's 547. That's way before. Huh. Well, that's sort of weird. See, that's this shot, and the next one are one after another. That's at 6:19:28, but he leaves the house at 6:11. So look at when we get over here. This footage here is, that's the one that's quick. Well, that doesn't have time on it either. God, these idiots. These people, whoever puts these videos out without time on them. They say he went in at 6:06. This one doesn't have time. So that's when he gets picked up. So I guess this all could be later than we were thinking. Yeah, but I think in the press conference it mentioned the times. Like it said 6:14 right here. 6:11 there, 6:14 here. So what's up with that other time then? I mean, the vehicle comes over here. That means it went down the highway. How did you guys... 5 minutes later, you have this video of him... Not that one. The one right before it. These ones. Look at that. 6:19. What the hell is that? And this looks... this is... before that, too. This is 5:47. 6:19. See, that's 6:19 also. And if I could even figure out where this was, I could find this spot, because, you got the little, looks like a carport with cement bricks on the sides there. I don't think we're going to get to the goal, you guys. It's just too much work. Let's see. I'm going to do. I'll just donate mine. Didn't make it, but why not? There's probably people that can't afford it and need the memberships there. Hey, look at that. Wait a minute, brown-eyed girl. You're always gifting them. I just gave you one. Hey, all right. Are you a different brown-eyed girl?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in the morning. Because it's light later on when people show up. So 6/19/44. I wonder if this house just has their cameras are off on the timing. I mean, we could try to guess for a minute and just see if we can randomly, like the vehicle was always over in this area. Maybe it's like down here. And the driveway that has bricks on it. Yeah, this case should, I mean, whenever you have surveillance, and people should be all over it, but they're not. You know, this is just one of those ones that for some unknown reason just kind of slipped through the cracks. How come that seems like a... Hold on. That's not one. They're not linked, those two. So that's at 32, and then immediately picked up... Oh, okay, that's 31, so that's like... That camera's right over here to the right. This one's before the last one. So let's see, there's a curve, like a curve. What's that back there? That looks like a little, is that a car there or an island? I don't know what that is. So here it comes. And then, see those two cars there? Let's see if we can see the 31, and then the other camera right here. Yeah, so it's the same. All right, there's a tree here and a tree there. Let's just see. Yeah, that's weird because this is 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I actually think this tree here, if that's a tree, is the one on the right in the next picture. Right there. So that camera's to the house on the right. And then, okay, there you go. There's a truck and those two openings, the truck and that smaller vehicle. Let's see. Is that right? Right there. Boom. Can I get a boom? So there it is right there. So that was the same house. Just the camera's over there. I was like doing those little, even if it's kind of boring, it's like, it's cool to just see that. So you got those two vehicles. Then the next shot is to the left of this. And it's right there. So this one you could sort of switch it and match those up. But it seems to be possibly on the same house. So maybe their whole system is off by a little bit. I'm just trying to, I don't know where this is though. That's the problem with it. But looking down the street, you can see. I guess that's another cul-de-sac. But you know, an interesting thing, you could see a house at the end. So like, it goes all the way down and then there's a house that you can see So it almost feels like it's a cul-de-sac. I mean, does that look like that? Maybe it's a house further down on this road. I don't know. Yeah, does that house look like that? Is there cement on any of these? I mean, bricks? It almost seems like that's a cul-de-sac, and if they'd kept filming it, would have driven around. So let's see if we can find another. I mean, that looks... So from it'd be deep in there. God, is it right there? Hey, thanks, Bill Clark. You like that? Is there a 2-car garage on the other side of the street? I was feeling good for a second. Right when I turned. No, there's no tree there either. Thanks, Bill Clark. Been kind of a slow one tonight, as I've been complaining all night, but yeah, whatever. I can have bad nights myself. The trolls don't ever let you have a bad night, though. They'll get on your ass every second of every day. I don't know. I'm gonna try some other cul-de-sacs really quick. Hey, Delima, I know what I'm doing. Okay, Jesus, my God. Look at the trees. Jesus, I know exactly how to do this. I've only been doing it a million years. Just wait and watch, you know. You'll probably see something. Let's see. So that's a cul-de-sac there. Let me go back up to this. Well, we were just looking at that one. Yep. Let's see. Cul-de-sac. Let me look at this one here. Maybe it was killing more time. Probably not. Well, you don't have to be sorry. I'm just saying. I've done this for years and years and years. I was looking at the trees, so I don't think that spot doesn't look quite right. The houses there. I like that one where I was, though. You know? And this is the street he was on, so maybe it's possible there was another camera. So let's just go down and see if there's any white double 2-car garages. Thanks, Joan. God, it just really feels like that's a cul-de-sac, isn't it? Man, how do they know where this guy was? I mean, did they... No, let's check out the final house for a second. Maybe they did a drive-by at one point. I don't know. I don't think so. That would be stupid. And there's no... what we're looking for is at the end of the street, a house that's got a pointed roof. That's not the one. Man, was he way over here? No. That's a short one. I just saw the two garage doors just randomly. Wow, I mean, it's weird because there's a tree, right above each garage has that little white thing. Except it doesn't have the angled roof like that. Ah, God, that was... For a second there, I was like, man, that looks pretty good, but then it's not. But I can see the roof in the background. It kind of goes up like that. It even has the two trees, but it also doesn't have the... Now we're looking for, I just showed you what we're looking for. Surveillance. Yeah, but you know, if the time is accurate though, and that's 6:14, that's 5 minutes away. So how do they know where? I mean, it went down the highway. Maybe it's in this area over here. But man, that's just brutal to try to find at that point. It's definitely not over there. You know, this is nicely sparsed. It's a neighborhood with a lot of houses in it. See, it seems like it's at a cul-de-sac down there, right? Like it's not a street. It's literally turning, like it going around. Although maybe it is just a turn, and it's not a cul-de-sac. It's left turn with a big light on it. Let's see if we can find that. Or, you know, left turn. So it's a left turn. Might be impossible to find. Yeah, it's crazy to have a case where you have a person walking around. You've got, you see him on camera walking. Yeah, it's kind of like the Delphi case, I guess. You know, there's a vehicle, a person, and that's it. Seems like that'd be enough. Oh, maybe right here. See how that kind of just turns over there like that? Sort of like a... That's where he was dropped off, so... Come on. Got it right there. Is that a double? Ah, that wasn't a double. That's that same roof that I was looking for, though. Okay, how about this one? No. The roof isn't... That's the same one we had earlier, isn't it? Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy, because that would... That's like a... That's that nice little left turn on there. But it's got the roof that kind of goes like at an angle like that. Yeah, so the mother was killed first downstairs, and then he went upstairs and killed Kolin and Cameryn up in the bedroom. They're both on the same bed, so you could say there was no reason to go upstairs. Unless you went up there to kill. God, is it? It's not this spot, is it? Like it's actually another camera on this. Or is that the same place again? I keep looking at the same spot over and over. Yeah. I don't even know what... Yeah, I'm getting messages from my walk app. I think I'm pretty close to be able to start walking more again after my foot issues. So it's like it's coming from it's almost like a circle, right? It curves there, and then over there it turns left, right? So if we can find something like that up in the air, let's see. Ah, God. Like two curves. It absolutely comes around a curve there, and then over here it turns left. But is that really a curve going into a cul-de-sac? Is that... So you might think it's like right there curving in, but the curve seems like it's just all by itself. There isn't anything. I do see maybe a road over there. And maybe that's like a fire hydrant on a corner. So, and there's grass. Yeah, man, it's brutal because if the time made sense, you could narrow it down. But the timing is 5 minutes after this shot, after it goes on a highway. So how would they even know where the hell that was? So I just feel like the whole system is off on that clock, on those cameras. Yeah, just because all the rest of the pins are in it, it feels like it's going to be in there. How about right here? Like it comes around that corner, little faux looking other street there. All right, we'll try this one out. Here we go. Go down. See, believe it or not, like when I'm not doing my shows and I have cases like this, I spend almost the whole day doing stuff like this. Which is probably insane, but let's see if I go down here. Yeah, so now it's already like too far. Yeah, so that would have been right on the corner. And then it's a short road, right? Because it drives by and then it turns. So it's a really short distance from where the camera is, and then it passes the camera, and then it just sort of turns just like a few houses down again. So that's kind of has to be the. So that's definitely not there. So where's there like right in here, right? I mean, should we try here just for the hell of it? That's kind of the look. Man, this is sort of. I mean, for some reason, it just feels pretty good. Oh, man. Maybe that's not a curve. That's just a light that I was thinking was a pointed roof. No, you can see it up here. But see, that looks pretty. I mean, that looks. Let's see. So it's got the two garages right there. How about the sidewalk and everything? Does that work? No? I mean, even that sidewalk, it's got the little island there. It kind of curves out. It's got the two garages across the street with the white thing above it. It does have a pointed roof up above there. Looks like a little white line here coming over there. Alright, so then we go on the other side. The tree on the left is set back, and the tree on the right is forward. Alright? So here we go. Well, that tree is back. That one's forward of that one. How about the cement? Looks like a different kind of tree and base to it, though, on this one. Like that one's back, you know. Now, part of it's the light shining, some isn't. I already said that, little d. I just explained it to you a minute ago. Because I could see when it was just sort of lit up in there. See, watch up in here. See right up there? See that little angle? That's not part of the light. The lights are going out like that. So that little thing right up in there, forget it. Let's see. All right, let's see. What do we got here? So that tree isn't the right one. The base of it. But it is a house that has a double garage. And it also doesn't have the cement, the bricks. Like this would be a pretty cool find right there. Yeah. Go do your own thing, Brandon. I'm working on this. All right. Yeah, maybe come back tomorrow. You're one of those downer types. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's 2023 map. It's right there. All right. So again, yeah. I mean, that was a perfect little curve here, and then turning that way. And that just happened to be in that next neighborhood over, which, you know, if he drove down there, I don't know how you'd get there, though. You know? See, if he turns right there, he's out of here, so the clock must be off a little bit. So let's see if we can find another spot like that. Oh. Oh. I mean, that one's looking pretty good. Hold on. Oh, I don't know. Well, that's one left. That one's forward. Hold on a second. I mean, that does look pretty good. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hold on. Oh, and that's it. That's it. Boom, chakalaka. Can I get a boom? Come on, that's super chat worthy right there. You know how we know? It's got the same car in the driveway. Look at that. See that little black thing on the front? The top racks. Black thing, top racks, white, two white doors with a white thing above it. It's got the exact thing that I was telling you about with the point at the top. And then you turn around, the left tree's back of this one. All right, well, that was weird. That's one I never could find. But you know, you spend a couple minutes and there it is. All right, here we go. So there is the, let's see, the 6, what time is that one? This is 6:19:30. See that? You just let me do my thing and we get it. 6:19:30. And I found the little spot that had the curve, you know? That's the thing. That one element that let me save that. The one element that I was showing a minute ago, so we were all the way over here because, you know, I mean, not that one, but it was somewhere. Yeah, I think it might have been here. See that little curve? Because it comes in on a curve and then goes around on one. So then I was over here looking at sort of the area, and I thought, ooh, how about like that? You know, because this is where the suspect was dropped off, and then now we're in the area, so I just saw it kind of just a curve in a short amount of time. And what do you mean mailbox? We already figured it out. And then you go down like this, and boom. Look at that. And then I bet you there's a fire hydrant. And look at that. God, that's good stuff. See? Remember I said you could see the fire hydrant off to the left in the one video? Let's see. Right here. Right down the street there. Fire hydrant. Watch, there's an island. Driveway. Island. Go back to Google Earth. Right here. And there it is. Fire hydrant, island, driveway, island. Yeah. Gray, lots of streets have fire hydrants. Yeah, but they all have the same vehicle parked in the front yard. You know, that's weird. That one right there, that shape of that house would have got me. I would have been looking at that too. But this is the one right here. You know? Right there. And, let's see. Okay, so let's see if we can, I mean, let's just, where the house was. Oh, yes, right across the street from, there's that car right there, right? So that means if you go right there, we should see the bricks. And there they are. Wow. It's amazing when a plan comes together. Yes, man, that's the one that, you know what's weird is that one I looked for hours when this originally came out. Couldn't find it. But I get better every year at doing this shit. So now it's like I see things and it just sort of comes together like a map. So that's probably the camera, like right up in there, I would think. And it films straight across the street with that vehicle in it. And lo and behold, there's that vehicle right there. And it's also in the next shot right there. So there's two different cameras. One of them's over here. So the second camera is to the left, which is likely, you know, I mean, it could even be this house right there, or let's see. What angle is that car at? Yeah, so it's through those two trees. So that camera is probably like right up in there, underneath there or something like that. I can't really see it, but I see something kind of poking out down there. Thank you, Nancy Weisenberger and Amy Lemoyne, recognizing that amazing moment again. Happy with a twist. That's a long name. Happy with a twist of acrylic pores plus. All right. That's why I had to get rid of the Brandon guy for a while. He was kind of a downer, affecting the ability to think through it. I've already got it figured out, KK. Let's see. So, hey, look at that. It's yeah, there's two cameras there. There's one goes straight across the street, and then one to the left of that camera. So that was just the last one we were looking for. So the first one is, I already showed it. It's right underneath. I think it was right underneath there, something like that, a minute ago. I don't know if it's a different camera, a different angle. Yeah, right there. So it looks like that's the kind of camera. So this is what's going on here. See that little bulb, that little thing under there? Let me switch screens. Can you see that little black thing underneath there? That's like a sphere of a camera. So the other camera is what we were just looking at, and it's right there. Can you see that little tiny black thing that's peeking out underneath that roof? That's where that one is. So there's that one and the one over there. Those are the two cameras. Pretty nice little hidden kind of cameras like that. But those are the two filming that, and now we've got every single one of the all the cameras marked out now. I just don't, the time on this doesn't make any sense, however. So that's one house. So now it, you know, if there were two different houses that said 6:19, I would think that clock was accurate. However, they both say something different. I mean, they're both the same on the same house, so I think their system time is wrong on that one house because the car was out of there at 6:14. So this is just some sort of, you know, like the vehicle drove up like this and around. There is time missing on some of these things, so maybe it just came up like this. It was kind of doing the Kohberger shuffle, you know, driving around in circles. I don't have any, Kevin. Notice how the trolls just showed up right here? Ah, you guys are too much, man. Kohberger's not going to date you guys, right? All right, Sideshow Taryn. The Kohberger's not going to date you. All right. Yeah, they always come in and they act like they're just so sneaky, and you know, it's just what a waste of time, you know. Yeah, they get hidden immediately, and they have to make another one of their accounts. I don't have any troll accounts. I have 0 other accounts. I have 2 YouTube channels. One, that old one called Monsters Among Us, and then also Red, Gray, Blue. That's it, though. They're yeah, it's kind of weird how he knew that he was coming. That's what kind of reminds me of Brightigan. You know? So in the Brightigan case, they put the tire on the ground, and you'd only know when to put the tire on the ground if you knew that the next car coming was the car that you want to stop, because there's enough cars driving around, you would have to be sure. So there'd have to be a lookout above that says, hey, the car's coming, and somehow would let the other person know that the car was coming, so that they could put the tire in the ground, on the ground. You get it? Wow, look at these idiot trolls, man. You guys. Let's see. I like the house model you created because it lets you actually picture it better. Yeah, yeah. So, anyways, I'm done with covering this one tonight.
But yeah, I mean, I'd like to get more information on it. I wish it was bigger. This is one of those cases where, you know, this has all the elements that people seem to like, and yet it sort of slipped through the cracks. It's got a crazy killing. It's got, you know, a couple young kids, a mother. They were burned to death. I mean, not burned to death. They were killed and then burned. And there's a surveillance footage, and then a guy walking around in the video, and somehow people just sort of, yeah, whatever. You know what I should do is get a hold of Court TV and see if they would do it. I think they're a source that could get more people interested in it. It's right up their alley with the surveillance shots, and I have them all. I could show them where everything is. What do you mean, what did you say? What are you talking about, Zoli? Come on, slow down a little bit. Yeah, you haven't heard about it. Yeah, it's, you know, we covered it about a year ago and a couple times. And so the, you know, I'd like to maybe somehow interview them. What is that? I was going to say interview Cameron's mother, but I don't know. I mean, they're probably, I'm not sure what they tell them. It does, it reminds me of like so many cases, you know. Mercedes Vega, the yard sales job, and this one. I mean, they're all kind of similar, you know. Barraza is the other one. Must be trying to get on a... Yeah, that's what I always think. Genabella, that's what people are... They think they're going to get a date with Kohberger at some point. I always say, that's always my reply to them. You got a guy that's confessed to and gave away his chance to appeal, and you got these women that say, he didn't do it. And so I always say, he's not going to go on a date with you. That's my next answer. Because what else would you... What in the hell are you doing? It's like you thought you had a chance, so you're going to still defend him. What other reason would you have? You know what I'm saying? Anyways. I'm sorry I get frustrated sometimes during the shows. You know, today's just not a great day, I guess. It's just the way I am, too. I'm not going to be able to not feel the way I feel. People always go, great, you gotta do this, and you gotta... I don't know, man. I'm just the way I am. I feel a way, and that's what I feel. Do you guys want me to pretend that I don't feel a way just so you know? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? I don't have a sense of humor? You must be joking. Man, we are on here laughing all the time, idiot. Whew. Man, you sound like a lunatic. Yeah, well, I'm pissed. Well, what do you mean? Like, I'm not pissed every single night, Sully. You sound like... So you're just like a troll in sheep's clothing sometimes. It's weird. Flatline, yes. That's right, Clay. I don't have a humor. I don't make people laugh. I just stare blankly into the screen and have a flat affect. I think what you're doing is you're kind of projecting your own self. Like you're the guy that went to a party and nobody paid attention to you. They didn't think you were funny. You tried to make little jokes, but they were always the stupid kind, like, why'd the chicken cross the road? And, you know, just never worked out for you. So what you do is you find somebody else and you sort of project your own shortcomings onto those other people. Isn't that weird? Strange. Very odd. Let's see. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I mean, I try to be funny when I'm going after trolls and shit like that. That's part of how I make you guys laugh. Just sometimes, just generally what I'm talking about when we talk about the spirit boxes or random shit. I just kind of look at things differently than other people. But I do get frustrated on nights where I feel like I'm still working hard, and there's still people watching, but they're not supporting the channel. So it's kind of like, you didn't like tonight's dish, was it, if you're using the restaurant metaphor. I don't know, I was there I don't think so. I've made my family, everybody laugh for years. Like every time there's like a family gathering, I make people like, teary laugh. Just like the timing of things that I say. And I don't know. I guess you'd have to be there. But I think I've been like that on the show sometimes. It's just not as often as in real life, because in real life you're literally, on the show you have something you have planned, and in real life you don't really have that. Yeah, and people think that Gray, you crack me up and you don't even know it. I think I get said that a lot, but I do know it. That's just the way, that's how I am. I kind of go on these little riffs, and yeah, it's totally dry humor. And if you're one of the type that don't get dry humor, you get really offended and upset and cry. But dry humor is a higher form of humor, because you have to understand what the reality is, and then what's different here. Like I don't know, it's hard to come up with a dry humor example. It just sort of flows. Yeah, people belly laugh on here. There you go. I did not get all my items on my food tray, and no one even called the kitchen. Yeah, poor Kohberger. Isn't that funny? How much you want to bet the Kohbergers cared about that sentence right there? See, again, I don't watch these people. Now, let me see what the titles are. Hold on, I'm going to go to this one Nutjob UK guy. I'm not going to put his name up on the screen. I'm not going to do anything, but I think he actually made his YouTube channel off of a phrase I used to use in my intro. That's why I changed it. Now she's trying to see. Now what they're doing is they've got to.
Well, hello there.
Oh God, this guy! What a clown!
Well, hello there.
Oh God!
How is everyone?
Oh Jesus! Makes.
Well, hello there.
Oh,
how is everyone? I hope you are all well. Bit of an earlier one, isn't it? Bit of an odd time to go live.
Yeah, that guy is just Jesus. Unbelievable. Let's see. Could she have been saved? Because they want to still blame Dylan and them. What else? Oh man, I can't. The names of the ones that I've seen recently are just ridiculous. Let me see if I can do it. All right. Could she have been saved? This is truly insane. Body camera red flags. Red flags. Killed inside. What does that mean, killed inside? Yeah, they were killed inside. What a great catchy title. Dylan and Betty body cam, part 1. And like when that's the same thing. Like this guy, when he covers something else, the views are an 1/8. So I feel it there. Brian Kohberger's sexual harassment complaint. How about this title? Was the Idaho 4 murders an organized hit? Still, like today, I mean, we're talking about 5 days ago.
Can you believe that? I mean, put a 1 if you think that's rational to say, was the Idaho 4 murders, and I guess I could do titles like that. I could do like this. Did aliens do this crime? And then my first sentence is, no, but here's what really happened. Let's see. Oh my God, so Dylan claims killer said Kaylee. Yeah, but why did you make a video on that when you know that's an error? Why are they lying about Brian Kohberger's searches? Where was the sheath? It was on the bed, idiot. We've seen it 100,000 times. And by the way, in 7 days, this guy's made like 14 videos. Wow. Anyways, yeah, it's embarrassing, man. That's what this guy every day sells the public false stories. And people go, Gray, why do you care? Just focus. Because I think it's completely bogus and just... It's not how it should be in the true crime genre. Do you guys agree? I mean, the word is true crime. They should be called something else. The family should be able to get the content taken down. Oh, what content? His content? Yeah. And I think if I was Dylan and them, I'd sue the hell out of that UK guy. And their laws over there, man, he'd get in trouble in 5 seconds. I guarantee you, if you dig deep through his thing, he's going to go after them over and over and over again, and he still does. Because he's literally a stupid person. That's the weird part about it. He talks like, because he's got the accent, so people just immediately give the credibility. With a UK accent, you're just a genius. But the guy is one of the dumbest people on the face of the earth. Literally, like he can't think his way out of a shoebox. Monetizing someone's tragedy was, well, we're all, everybody monetizes YouTube channels. So, I mean, I'm not really, here's what I care about. I care about, YouTube channels that cover true crime correctly, with the factual information. I do not care if they make income on cases because the news outlets do it and we can actually cover it better than they do. That's the crazy part. Like, we literally are way ahead of the news and we cover it better than they do with way more factual information put together that tells the story. They just give you the quick little sound bites and they make millions of dollars. So what I care about is when people make money on true crime with sensationalism, made up stuff, knowing that it's popular, and they get people to go watch absolutely made up stuff for income. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right, M10. He gets like 20,000 views on those videos. It's just unbelievable. And the idiots that are commenting underneath it, they all just think it's the greatest stuff you've ever seen. So that's the scary part. They really have people believing they are going to prove Brian's innocent. Right. Well, no, but they know that they're not. I know that's the thing. That is what grifting is. Right there, okay? That means you're tricking your entire base on a theory so that they'll support you, and it's completely bogus, all right? Completely bogus. That UK guy, okay, well, here's the thing. He's either the dumbest person in the world or he's tricking his viewers. So you tell me what option you'd want. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know who the clown is. Yeah, the clown has the spiders on his eyes. He's incredibly unethical. He must have made 50 videos on Dylan and Bethany and made, tens of thousands of dollars on those videos because he gets like 50, 60, 70, 80,000 views. And he deleted them all after Kohberger confessed. So hopefully somebody downloaded those, and I would just take that guy to court. And that guy is. Does he still make videos? The clown? No, they do. They know that they're BSing. And you know that they do because sometimes they're right at the beginning, like when the news broke that he confessed, you got some of them going, oh, wow, I guess he did it, you guys. And then their viewers get really angry. They get really angry. And then you see them say, and then all of a sudden, the videos start churning out again that are all sort of against Dylan and those guys and everybody else instead of the real killer, who's Brian Kohberger. So you know that they actually believe that stuff. I mean, they don't believe it, they're selling it because that's what their audience likes. See, that's what would be sad. See, that's why the way I do it is I just go with the facts of a case, and wherever that leads is where it leads. So I don't ever have to go to a point where I go, oh my God, I know what the truth is, but I've got to trick my audience because all of them have believed me for so long. What a weird place to be in. Wouldn't that suck? I think I wouldn't even be able to sleep at night like that. Yeah, and the weirdest one was when that one idiot, what's his name, Embry or whatever his name is, he goes, well, looks like he did it, you guys. I don't know if he did it alone, but it looks like he's confessed. And his audience was livid. So what he did after that? He said, my job is to prove Brian didn't do it. Oh, God. I mean, he just went right there and admitted that he had to switch over to what his audience liked. And I got to tell you guys, I mean, I love all you guys, but I don't really give a damn. Like if I'm covering a case and you believe something, just like the sheath, when I say I think he left it there intentionally, I don't care that most of you think it was left accidentally. I see how easily it could be left accidentally. I just see that I believe it was left there intentionally. And so you guys are like, oh, I don't agree, Grant, I don't agree. Well, I mean, what sucks to me is that you can't even say to yourself, well, I guess it is very possible he left it there intentionally. I just put the weight on that he left it there accidentally when it got knocked off in a fight. But instead, a lot of you guys will say, oh, there's no way he left it. And it's just ludicrous when you say it that way. That's where I lose respect for you. When you say it's ludicrous and it's impossible that he left it there intentionally. That's not a respect-worthy response because there's no way you can know that, and there's no way any of us really will know, and we'll never actually know because he would never admit that. And so I think he left it there intentionally, and you might think he left it there accidentally, but whenever you say that's impossible that he left it there intentionally, there's no I don't have any respect for that answer at all. Okay? Yeah. He's got a racket going. All the irrational idiots flock to him for the idiot's theory. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Hey, thanks, Morier. Hey, we've slowly built up here. What are you at here? Yep. Well, I guess if we got another, 4 channel memberships, we have sort of almost a normal, low end of a normal night. Yeah, I've said that. I'm gonna do my one more attempt on for you guys that are listening right now, for the calling card theory. All right, you want to hear this? Brian Kohberger, he whatever he was, angry person, hating women, whatever. And then he got into the serial killer classes over at DeSales University, and in there he learned all about the serial killers, and he really liked the ones. He really liked like Bundy. He liked, let's see, what was the other guy's name? God, sometimes they just don't pop right into my head like they used to. What was the guy with the K-bar knife? Just say his name. For some reason, it's not popping into my head. Yeah, Rolling. Danny Rolling. God, so ridiculous that I can't do that. I guess when you're getting older, it's hard to just grab those little nut pieces. But Danny Rolling, and Danny Rolling used a K-bar. He purchased a K-bar knife at a store. He broke through sliding glass doors with a screwdriver, and then he would kill the women in there. All right, and then, you know, there's all these different serial killers. So Kohberger was like, I want to be the coolest serial killer. I want to be the cool kind. You know, and so the cool serial killers, don't you guys all agree? They're the ones that have signatures on the way they kill, and they have a calling card often. They leave something around as a clue. So Kohberger was like, oh, that's what I want to do, you know? So his plan was, you know, I'll acquiesce to, his plan was either to go in there and kill Kaylee Gonzalez or Madison Mogen. I believe it was Madison Mogen because that's the window that he could see every single night he drove by, park his car, look right into the window, and watch her do whatever the hell she's doing. So I think it was Madison Mogen. And on that night, and then he even before that though, he purchased the balaclava, and he purchased a K-bar knife, and then a sheath and a sharpener, right? And he bought all those things before, all the way back in March, 3 months before he even went to Pullman, Washington. And amazingly, just like a couple weeks after he purchased those things, that's when he applied for the internship with the Pullman Police Department. So anyways, so on his counter while he's talking to the Pullman Police Department, he's probably got that K-bar knife and sharpener and sheath just sitting over there while he's on the phone with the, you know, or emailing the Pullman Police Department for the internship. So anyways, so he purchased the K-bar knife, maybe as a shout out to Danny Rolling, but it also fits nicely with his name. It's like Kohberger K-bar, you know, KB, you know, he's just excited about it. So he's got that. And then on the night of the murders, he's got this, he cleaned the knife sheath all around. He wiped it all down. He made sure, and he didn't have it, he had it like it wasn't, maybe he just went into the house with the knife in his hand and the K-bar knife was just tucked into his pants or something. And he goes in there and he goes up into Madison's room. And when he gets there, he's like shocked to see that, oh man, there's another person here. So he ends up killing Madison, and then he kills Kaylee, and then there's more rage on Kaylee because, my God, you interrupted what the hell I was doing. And he just starts stabbing her in the face. But his goal was he was going to leave the knife sheath there. That's why the knife sheath was so, yeah, we already know, KK. You're about 5 minutes behind. The knife sheath, and it's Rolling. The knife sheath was so clean that they can only find one single source of DNA on it, and it was on the underside of the button snap. So don't you think that's pretty crazy? Like, why is the knife so clean? And then people come up with the lamest excuse. Well, Gray, he cleaned it really well before going in there just in case he left it there. Oh my God, that means you're looking for a way to keep your theory without giving any credit to the other one. All right, that's ridiculous. So it's so clean, and he leaves it there, and he thought, yeah, they're going to find this, and I'm going to start leaving, you know, either other knife sheaths at other crime scenes in the future, or another element of another weapon at a crime scene, and that'll be my MO. We don't know. So he leaves it there, and he thought he was home free. That's why when he drove back out there at 9 to go observe the crime scene from a distance, he did not go there to go retrieve the knife sheath at 9. That's absolutely ludicrous. So when he drove over there, he just wanted to look at the crime scene. And that's why when he got home, guess what he did when he got home? He goes in and takes a picture of himself and goes, yeah, like that. Now put a 1 if you would do a thumbs up like that if you'd left part of your murder weapon at a crime scene. Would any of you do that? Would you come home and go like this? Yeah! If you left part of your murder weapon at a crime scene. Go ahead. Type it in. Here, I'm going to do a poll on that one. All right, let's see. Would you give a thumbs up selfie or take? Just for Shane, I said take. I don't want to retype it. If you left part of your murder weapon at a crime scene. All right, there you go. And everybody that says yes is just part of the troll community. We already know that. So go ahead. I don't know. DJ, I have no idea. I don't really care. I mean, when I cover true crime, I'm not really into that kind of the side stuff like that. Right, so look at the numbers up there. Why is there even a chance that it's 30%? Tell me why, for the ones in there that aren't trolls, if you think he would come home and do a thumbs up after he left part of the murder weapon at the crime scene, why do you think he would do that? Go ahead. Why would he do that? In a reasonable way. Yeah, he liked Ted Bundy movies. No, but he left it at the scene, so why would he do his thumbs? Come on, Marilise, were you paying attention? Come on, what are you doing? Would you come home and do a thumbs up if you left part of your murder weapon at the crime scene? You'd be freaking out, man. You'd be absolutely whacked. You'd be, oh my God, oh shit, I screwed up, man. It's sitting there. Right, he thought, you know what? That's it, though. So, doesn't it make more sense? Because Shiv K here just typed in, he thought 0 DNA, so he was confident. Right. And that's why I think he left it there intentionally. He made sure it was clean. He just missed the spot on the underside of the button snap. And that's why I think he left it there as a calling card. So where's the flaw in my argument? So that's why it always irritates me when people go, oh, that's impossible, Gray. It was knocked off in a fight. It's just ludicrous when I hear that response. It actually makes me want to block people when they say that. Because it's like it shows an incredible lack of just being able to reasonably think about something. So you tell me. I think it shows that there's a really good chance that he left it there intentionally. There was only one single source of DNA on the knife sheath, and it was on the underside of the button snap. Do you get it? And then I said, well, why would he clean it? Well, because he cleaned everything. He's obsessive, so he, if he lost it, it would. Okay, and then it's like, oh, so now you're making everything work in your sort of. I'm just saying, I don't know what it is. I think it's also very possible that it got knocked off in a fight with Kaylee and it fell on the bed. Another thing you might find interesting, though, is that it was underneath the blanket a little bit. Well, how'd that happen? How does that happen? It gets knocked off, and then it should be on top of everything, and you're just out of there, right? Yeah. I've done that already, Jannabella. Yeah. Yeah, I just haven't done Madison and Kaylee up there. I am going to do that. I've already got... I mean, look, I'll show you. I don't know if you ever watched my show, but... it's right here. Look, you go up here, and you go upstairs, and right down there, that's how Xana was, and Ethan was, I think, just like that. I mean, based on that one picture, I think he's kind of back in the corner, heads off the side. You know, and she's on the floor probably like that, I think. You know, they don't really say exactly. They just said her head's towards the wall and her feet are, you know, and I'm sure if she wasn't perpendicular. Hey, good, Adam. Yeah, I'm glad to lose an idiot like yourself. All right, let's see. What else we got here? I'm never watching again. Hey, look at Adam, man. What a loser. And let me show you. This is what Adam did tonight. Let's do it. Where do we got it? Right here. Move up into this area here. Let's see. Where did he go? Yeah.
When I was on Court TV, did you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get
This is Adam.
The obligatory, I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
Oh, Adam, man.
When I was on Court
look at
TV,
here's
did you
Adam.
guys
Look
see
at it.
that?
I'm never
I'm
watching.
sure they'll get the obligatory, I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
Hey, I can imitate it. It's perfect.
When I was on Court TV, did you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory, I can't believe you had gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
God, that's the best. Thanks, Adam. Thanks for letting us bring that back up again. You sound like one of those losers. Let's see. Yeah, you guys got to get those mugs, man. CR sent one in. A picture. I don't know exactly where it is currently in my folder. Oh, wait. No, I had it from the other night. Let's see. It should be Kohberger 23rd, maybe. Yeah, right there. There. Look at that. That's the mug, you guys. I'm never watching again. Boo! Oh, God. Yeah, here's the thing. Anybody that would show up to a show and say they're unsubscribing, God, I can't wait for you to get out of here. I mean, that means, someone like you, who the hell would want you around? It's so unbelievable. You're just so triggered and, just so quick to, it's just wild. Just like this, it's the same thing with the people who, like in the comments section, they go on this whole rampage about Gray. Like I'm sure under this video we'll get the complaints because I was saying, hey, you guys, we need to get the super chat. You'll get the comments, and then I'll just block you. And you know why? Because you're never somebody that's ever going to understand anything or sort of be someone that'll be somebody that I would want around. You get it? Because that means you just feel like you gotta always complain about something. And you're one of the ones that'll send me an email, and I'll open it up, and it'll be a 16-page dissertation, which I will not read at all, and you'll be wasting your time. All right? Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, so I've already got two of the people in where they were. Obviously, up here, that's not how she was. They said that. You remember that when on the TV they said she was in the corner, sort of bent over, and now we see images, and she definitely wasn't in that spot. I'm actually just I'll just take her out of the scene for now, and then eventually I have the K-bar knife pretty much where it was. Sheath, I mean, right there. I think it needs to be flipped over though, right? Oops. Yeah. It's not, well, you got to do it local. Maybe that'll work. No. Jesus. It's like crazy.
It's not letting me grab the axis over there. These stupid huge... You guys wanted me to put these massive pointers. They just... Right. Yeah, the people that show up to Facebook groups and write a post about leaving. Who cares? You know? It's sort of like, you know, when people go... I mean, I always do this as a joke. I don't care if people do this, but, I mean, you know when there's a chat going on, and then somebody goes, I'm back, everybody. Yeah, I was... and then I always go, yeah, because we were all just sitting around waiting for you to come back, you know? Like, let's say Lil D went, hey, I'm back, everybody. How's it going? And I'd say, I didn't even know you were gone. You know? That's the dry humor part. Because to me, it's like, did you really think people were like, they were looking at their watch going, hey, where is Lil D? And I'm just using you as an example. Like, hey, where's Lil D? Okay, hey, thanks for letting me know you're back now. Now we can enjoy the show again. I understand what you're saying. I was just questioning it back now. What are you guys talking about? I just don't know how I can go on without Adam here. Oh yeah, maybe that was the Adam, you guys. What did you say to Adam? Writing in about Ted Bundy is crazy. I'm surprised the news networks haven't picked up on that. Yeah, we've shown it. It's been out there for a long time. I'm sure it's made it into... I'm sure Daily Mail has that in there somewhere. Yeah, we don't even know what you're talking about, Sully. I don't really like you that much, Sully, to be honest with you. I gotta be honest. You know. I don't know. You're always bothering me. Maybe try tomorrow sometime. Let's see. Can we do a poll asking if we think he would have picked that spot to leave the sheath if it was a calling card? No, we can't. Yeah, I think that's exactly where he would place it. But, you know, to me it makes total sense. You're on the bed. You put it right on her right side. Tuck it a little bit underneath where it's still visible from the door and call it a day. Yeah. What do you mean a more symbolic? What the hell is that? That's just now. See, now you're looking for a way to not make that work. Well, I think he would have, like, you know, he would have hung it from he would have put it on a pedestal. He would have brought in one. Maybe that's the other thing he was holding. It was a triangle, and he was going to place it at the top, but then he... Yeah. You're overthinking, Imoni. Now they saw... You didn't hear it. You never heard that, Imoni. They said that you could notice the knife sheath that was visible from the door. Okay. Yeah, it just... People mention shit just to mention it. It's bullshit. That's not what they said. They mention it in the document. All right. They didn't even notice it. That's bullshit. They did. Maybe the original cops didn't because they're looking at bodies. But when the investigators walked in there, they did because they're trained to look at other things. He dropped it because of gravity? What a dumb response again. Yeah, why does gravity have to be necessary? Gravity exists, so you don't need to even put the word gravity in there. And by the way, you know what's weird is, why wouldn't you guys want it to be a calling card?
My God. I mean, think about how that eats away at his soul for the rest of his life. Okay? Like, he has to sit there and go, the reason I was arrested is because of my incompetence in leaving what I believe was a pristine calling card, and it wasn't. Because of gravity. What a dumb... Yeah, that's really stupid, Imoni. You know? Everybody knows gravity, so it's just like, what a dumb thing to put in there. I think he lost it because of gravity. I'm so fine, look at me. Yeah. I don't care either. My thing is I think it could be both. I just lean towards calling card. I can see both sides clearly. I just think it's weird when people can't see the calling card side. Yeah. I think that's pretty weird. How do you not see that? You know, we only had really poor night on everything around. Like only $6 of coffee, you know, nothing else. You know, lower than normal memberships, lower than normal super chats. Not sure, man. Not sure. But anyways, thanks everybody who did help support the channel tonight. Really? Because his dad talked about it on the stops. Who? The Brent Kopaka bullshit? I feel like tonight's a good night to cuss a lot. Yeah. Yeah, well, Marilise agrees with me. I don't think so, Erica. You might be, though. I agree with you. I mean, I understand. I'm not asking people that are broke to send in super chats. I believe you are, though. It's okay. He bought the sheath many months earlier. Yeah, he bought it in, right. He bought it in March. Late March, actually. So you can almost say that he bought it in the beginning of April because it's so late in March. So then you'd say 2 months later he goes to Pullman. So obviously he bought that to kill. Hey, thanks Lil D for another membership. Very cool. That helps out. Maybe I should get working on the other two positions and you know, do a video on that. You know, it's hard to get it exactly right. All I can do is just put them where it seems like they are. Everybody was found on their backs, every one of them. Kind of shows you that some of them, you know, maybe they were... You know what? Remember when I was younger, I used to sleep on my stomach sometimes. But as you get older, it almost seems impossible. Does anybody still sleep on their stomach and you're like older? Mm-hmm. Well, it's dead as a doornail in here. Nobody's chatting, so... Ah, jeez. Who cares about the defense diaries? That guy's just a total idiot. They're idiots, Lexi staff. Yeah. Why do you still watch that? I mean, didn't he prove to you that he's not somebody reliable because of that case? You can still sleep on your stomach? Man, I can do my side, but not my stomach. Why? Why would there be speculation on this case? I mean, I get speculating on different elements, but not the outcome. You know, there isn't any element that makes you go, wow, it's not Kohberger. But speculation on how things went down, that's definitely out there. But other than that, there shouldn't be any. You don't actually believe in that stuff, do you, Lexi Staff? I mean, just tell me, for God's sake, that you don't believe what they're saying. Hey, thanks, Lexi Staff. I guess not. Appreciate that. And then Glenda says, I sleep on. I sleep on my back. That sounds like Captain Kirk. Let's see. We sought you out. Our mission is still one apiece. Love and peace. Peace, hope, humanity. These are the things. My friend taught me that one. Love. Love and peace. Peace, hope, humanity. These are the things that make us human. That's Captain Kirk. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You sleep, yeah. So, yeah, Lisa Valenzuela sleeps like that way because of gravity. All right? All right, I'm Omi. There you go, buddy. Well, I think Lisa is one of the few people in here that sees and understands the weirdness that I have to deal with on a nightly basis. Yeah, it's pretty weird in here. Often. Really weird stuff goes on. A lot of strange comments. Bro mode of what? I don't have bro mode. You have to have text. Here we go, everybody. Let me read it. Don't delete it. Hi, please don't come at me, Gray. I was wondering why you would have left the sheath on purpose. Just curious on what your train of thought on that was. Sorry, I'm almost caught up at the chat. I've already just went over the whole damn thing, man. I went over the whole thing. Not doing it again, man. I couldn't explain it better, and I think it makes more sense than accidentally leaving it there. Accidentally is weird. I mean, shit, this guy was planning. He goes in there, and he doesn't have a... I mean, why would he even bring the sheath in with him, for God's sakes? Just go in with the knife and start stabbing people and leave. Instead, you bring in a loose sheath that you have to hold in your other hand while you're stabbing. And then, you know, that doesn't make any sense to me. It does make sense, however, if the first victim you kill, you're just going to tuck the sheath in and start stabbing. You know, because you're leaving it there. Oh, but then something else happened, and you go, well, okay, I killed... Oh, and then you've already killed Kaylee and Madison. And that's when Xana came up, because he didn't go back upstairs again. Yeah. What do you mean he didn't know he didn't have it? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Marilise. You know, he knew he didn't have it because he left it there. No, please don't what? Okay. Well, I went through the whole thing. Well, you have to go back to listen to it if you've already caught up, because it was like 15 minutes ago. Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're honest with your question. It just seemed like, wow, I did like a 5-minute dissertation on why I think that, and then you come in and ask me the same question that I answered. You have to go back about 15 minutes. Right, yeah, right. Exactly. And so that's why people believe that he drove back at 9, Marilise. I mean, wouldn't he... Let me ask you guys this. Does anybody think that he didn't know he... Do you think he didn't know... Let me end this poll up here. So that gives me hope. 24% are the only people who thought no. So let's see. Let's do another one here. You guys can do poll questions for Super Chats if you want. Hey, thanks, M10. There you go. I guess I have to do more poll questions for you. Hold on. All right. I had to kind of abbreviate a last word. So that's just saying, do you think Kohberger knew, I don't know, it auto-corrected for me, within the first hour after the homicides, he left the sheath, you know, on if it was an accident. So, like, he left it there accidentally. Do you think he knew in the first hour that he'd left it there? So just forget the writing there. I don't know what happened, how that ing got in there, but do you think that he knew within the first hour that he left it there and it was an accident? All right, so let me ask you this. If you believe that, why didn't he go back at like 7 in the morning or, 6 or, go home and then go right back over there again? Instead, he goes there at 9? So there's people that believe he went there at 9 to go look for the sheath. What a ludicrous time to go there. I mean, 9 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't matter what day of the week it is, there's people milling about, doing things. All right, so he didn't go in there because he's not on the 1112 King Road camera. So he went there for a different reason. He went there to bask in the glory of what he thought he did. That's it. And it had nothing to do with the knife sheath or anything. He went back there to bask in the glory, and then he just drove into town for like 10 minutes, and then drove out, and he went home, and he was so happy with what he did that he did a thumbs up image, even knowing that the knife sheath is sitting there in that house, and that's because he thought he cleaned it so well, and he was going to leave it there to taunt the police by leaving that calling card. And I think that is an incredibly rational... Like if I put this in a video and it was about a different topic with the same rationality, you would agree with it. But people have just always believed that it was an accident, and they want to give like one of the victims credit for knocking it off, so they just can't accept it. But the rationality behind what I just told you is absolutely just as strong as accidental, and that's why I think it could be either one of them. It wouldn't shock me either way. Unfortunately, we're never going to get to know the answer to that question unless Kohberger says he left it there intentionally. If he said he left it there accidentally, you can't believe that statement. If he says he left it there intentionally, then he would have left it there intentionally. If he says he accidentally left it there, you'd never know, because he wouldn't want people to think he was incompetent and didn't clean it, because it would make him look bad. So he'll never admit that he left it there intentionally, unless he literally is okay with telling the truth about something. So we might not ever get to know unless he says he did leave it there intentionally, because it made him look bad and stupid, and yet he's still telling us that's how you know you can believe it. You get it? See that logic there? Now, I mean, so you'll go, well, great, you can't lose then, because, yeah, well, I'm just telling you how his mindset would be. Yeah, but he wanted to be one of the really cool ones, Darren. That's what we've gone over this so many times. It's just, He looked up all the serial killers. He wanted to be like the ultimate serial killer. Well, what ultimate serial killer wouldn't leave a calling card? Or a signature. His signature was probably how he attacked each of the, the two of the girls anyways. Just absolutely, and they're all stabbed in their face. Every one of them. So maybe that's the signature. Because that's not necessary to commit the crime. Hey, well, cool, Gnet, CNET. Yeah, I think if people really sit around and they think about it, you might come to the same thing where it's kind of like 50-50. We don't really know. All right, so 27% of the people said no, he didn't realize that he left the sheath there in the first hour. Okay. Your little OCD buddy isn't going to remember any of that. He's going to have a little checklist. I don't remember him talking about leaving something behind. You mean how every killer leaves something behind? That's different. Take something and leave something at every crime scene. That's a different concept. Let's see. I hope Gray didn't already say what. Say what? How did it get where it is, though? He placed it there. Huh. What do you mean? How did it get there? He put it there. Look at it. It's right. It was right there. It was just on the right side of the bed. It's right next to where he was standing. It's not like he placed it on the back side or anything. It's right there. But why not there? What do you mean a why? Why do we have to have a why? It was right there. He slid it underneath the sheet there. On the bed where the victims are. I think he was there to kill Madison Mogen. He was going to leave a calling card right next to Madison Mogen. That's why it's right there. What do you mean why, though? I mean, I don't get it. If you put it on top of the bed corner, you'd ask why there too. I don't know what the why for... What if he taped it to the ceiling? Why did he do that? Yeah, it was right next to Madison Mogen's left side, her left side, on her back, and she's laying on the bed. It's on the right side of the bed while looking from the door. I don't like this Gray guy. Look how mean he is to his subs. Hey, look, I'm just going on and on and on here. This is Thanksgiving dinner right here, you guys. We're just arguing, and it doesn't matter. Who cares? Well, your question was unanswerable, BMS. I mean, my answer is he left it next to her because that's who his chosen victim was going to be. No, that's signatures, Sherry. We're not talking about signatures. We're talking about calling cards. Yeah. That's a different thing. Now, you can have a calling card also be there's an overlap on some of these things. Yeah, I'm not really telling stories, Eric. I'm telling you the reality. Really thought through things that I don't know if you've done much of that, but let's see. I've been wondering what. Let's see. Okay. Thought calling card was a signature. No. I mean, before I look it up, I'll cover my eyes. A signature is something done to a body that didn't have to be done to achieve the outcome. A calling card is something that a killer leaves that says, hey, I was here. kind of to taunt the police. All right, now let's see what the answer is. All right, go over here. A calling card is a small. Let's see. Okay, that's different. In serial killer language, what is the difference between a calling card and a signature? In context of serial killers, a calling card is a tangible object or distinct act left at a crime scene to claim responsibility, often to taunt police. Bingo. While a signature is a behavioral trait or motive that is integral to the killer's... Yeah, that's the part I left out. It's like part of their psychological makeup, the way that they kill, but it's often something that wasn't necessary in committing the crime. It's sort of outside, like strangling somebody. But maybe they do a couple other things at the same time. Let's see if that throws it in there. Fulfilled during the crime, but is not... Oh, there it is. So it said, signature is a behavioral trait or motive that is integral to the killer's psychological makeup and fulfilled during the crime, but is not necessarily left at the scene. The calling card is a symbolic message, whereas the signature reflects the killer's internal needs and motivation. Let's see. There's more deeper... Let's see. Let me type in the word. That wasn't as good of... Why, there's so many comments that have to be deleted in here by these idiots that show up in here. Yeah, because you're making it sound like a storytelling, Erica. That's why. It's not. I'm not telling stories, goofy little stories. See, Erica, you sound like one of those passive aggressive people that like throws it out in a way, you word it in a way where it can be, like you can claim it meant something else, but if somebody shows up to a true crime channel that's focused on facts and you start telling them that they're a storyteller, it's not going to go over very well. I think you probably knew that, but then when I call you out on it, you can say, oh, I was just saying you're a good storyteller. I mean, don't be so defensive. I mean, give me a break. Let's see. Let me go to ChatGPT here. And then now we're going to have to wait. Wow, now what? Wow, blah, blah. Give us the difference. Give us. What is the difference between a calling card and a signature in reference to serial killers? Let's see.
Great question. This is a key distinction in criminology and behavioral analysis. Calling card. A calling card is something the offender deliberately leaves behind to taunt, confuse, or announce themselves. It's intentional communication to law enforcement or the public, almost like a signature on a note. Examples: writing messages on the wall, leaving personal items from another crime scene, or staging the scene in a way meant to be noticed. Importantly, a calling card isn't necessary to the crime
like
itself. It's performative or communicative. Signature. A signature is a behavioral or psychological need that the offender fulfills during the crime. It's not required to commit the crime like stabbing, shooting to cause death would be.
See that? It was not required to commit the crime. That's what I said. See, I knew that was in there.
But the offender feels compelled to do it. It reflects their fantasy, compulsion, or inner drive. Examples: binding victims in a particular way, specific mutilation, posing the body, or taking trophies. Unlike a calling card, it's for the killer's own gratification rather than communication with the outside world. Key difference. Calling card equal to outward display, left behind intentionally as a message or mark of identity. Signature equal to inward compulsion, part of the offender's psychological ritual to satisfy their fantasy. Would you like me to give you a couple of real case examples, like BTK or Zodiac, showing one versus the other? That might make the distinction even clearer.
No. How about this? I'm going to argue with ChatGPT again on the knife sheath here. Do you think Brian Kohberger left the knife sheath on Madison Mogen's bed as a calling card. Now watch, I'm going to argue with it, because it'll probably say something different.
That's one of the big debated points in the Kohberger case. Here's how it breaks down in terms of signature versus calling card analysis. Why it could be seen as a calling card. The Kohberger knife sheath was left on Madison's bed, in an extremely conspicuous place. If Kohberger intentionally placed it there, it could have been a taunt, essentially saying I was here and you'll never catch me. Leaving an object tied to the murder weapon is very rare, most offenders. Either take it with them, trophy keepsake, or discard it elsewhere. Why it's more likely not a calling card.
See, that's what it'll
Most
say
experts
first.
lean toward the sheath being left by accident, during the struggle or in the rush to escape. A calling card usually has a consistent symbolic element to it. BTK's notes, zodiac ciphers, etc. Kohberger, at least from what's public, doesn't have that established ritual of communication. The sheath was key evidence. DNA on the snap matched Kohberger. It would be incredibly reckless for someone supposedly careful with gloves, phone shutoffs, and license plate swaps to deliberately leave it behind. If it were a calling card, we'd expect some indication of message or symbolism beyond just forgetting an item. Signature versus calling card in this case. There's little evidence that leaving the sheath was part of his signature, no clear psychological ritual tied to it. There's also little to suggest it was a calling card, no communication element. Most likely explanation, a mistake in the chaos, which ended up being the prosecution's strongest piece of forensic evidence. My take, it almost certainly wasn't a calling card. More a blunder that contradicts the careful planning he showed in other areas. Do you want me to lay out a comparison with other killers who did use calling cards, like Zodiac, Jack the Ripper, or BTK?
Kohberger,
so you can see why the sheath doesn't quite fit that mold?
But Kohberger cleaned the sheath. All right, Kohberger, let's see, but the knife sheath was cleaned before being left at the scene. Kohberger merely missed cleaning the DNA on the bottom, the underside of the button snap. See, he doesn't know this stuff. Button snap. There was only one single source of DNA on the sheath, and it was under the button snap. See what it says now.
Right. That's an excellent point, and it really changes how people should think about the sheath. If the sheath was deliberately cleaned, then it almost certainly wasn't an accidental loss. Wiping it down indicates intent to control what evidence was left behind. The fact that only one trace of DNA survived, tucked in the underside of the snap button, suggests he either didn't realize that spot could hold DNA, or he missed it in an otherwise thorough cleaning. Implications. Not an accident in the sense of dropping an unclean sheath. If he took the time to clean it, then carrying it into the house and leaving it there is harder to call a blunder.
Boom, see?
Possible staging element. If left behind knowingly, it edges closer to the calling card category, but still lacks an obvious message. A calling card normally has communication value. The sheath cleaned and empty doesn't convey something symbolic unless he meant I was here with this weapon. Risk versus reward psychology. Carrying a clean sheath into the scene gave him no functional advantage, only risk. That makes people suspect it may have served a psychological purpose. Where this lands. If he forgot it, then he made a catastrophic mistake despite cleaning it. If he intentionally left it, then it edges toward a quasi-calling card, more like a statement of presence, than a communication, since the cleaning shows he didn't want evidence traced back to him. The really interesting part is this: cleaning the sheath but missing only the snap DNA could mean he was meticulous, but not as knowledgeable about trace DNA retention points as he thought. That's different from most classic calling cards, which are bold, communicative, and designed to be seen. Do you want me to break down how profilers, like the FBI's BAU would, classify the...
You see that? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, ChatGPT is logical. So when you're having this conversation with it, it sees exactly, like, oh, wow. I mean, wasn't that amazing right there? Yeah, so what was the thing he said up there? If he forgot, he made it... was up here. The left edges closer to the calling card. Not an accident in the sense of dropping an unclean sheath. If he took the time to clean it, then carrying it into the house and leaving it there is harder to call a blunder. Right. And then I could say, and then after leaving, after knowing he left it there, he went home and took a selfie with a thumbs up. Would you do that if you left If you accidentally left part of a murder weapon at a scene, at a crime scene. What was it? Also, yeah. Let me just do that one next. See what it says.
That detail, the thumbs-up selfie on his phone after the murders, really is chilling when you line it up with the sheath question. Let's unpack it. If the sheath was a mistake, if he realized later that he had left part of his knife sheath behind, a normal response for someone trying to evade capture would be panic, retracing steps, or at least trying to rationalize what to do next. Taking a casual celebratory selfie would be highly inconsistent with someone who just made a catastrophic forensic error. Unless he was in complete denial, it doesn't fit the psychology of an oops moment. If the sheath was intentional, cleaning it beforehand, then leaving it on Madison's bed, and then taking a victory-style selfie makes a lot more sense. It suggests a ritualistic satisfaction, almost a personal trophy in digital form. In that frame, the sheath is less of a calling card to investigators and more of a symbolic act for himself, a marker of dominance and presence at the scene. The selfie reinforces the idea that he felt empowered, not endangered. The paradox. Either he was so arrogant that he believed cleaning the sheath made it safe to leave, underestimating trace DNA recovery, or he deliberately accepted the risk because the psychological payoff of leaving it outweighed the logic of removing all evidence. Profilers read. FBI profilers would likely say, the sheath wasn't a classic calling card, no communicative value, but combined with the cleaning and the post-crime selfie, it leans toward being part of his signature ritual, a private reinforcement of fantasy, dominance, and control. So to answer your question directly, no, if it were purely an accident, you wouldn't expect a thumbs-up selfie afterward. The photo suggests he either believed he'd executed perfectly, or that leaving the sheath was part of his ritualized satisfaction. Would you like me to line this up against known cases, for example, Dennis Rader's trophies, Bundy's post-crime behavior? So you can see how Kohberger's sheath plus selfie combo mirrors other offenders' signature behaviors?
All right, here we go. Kohberger studied Danny Rawling. He used a K-bar knife sheath. Perhaps he used that object because K-bar and Jesus, didn't even spell his name right. Kohberger sounds similar, but it was a weapon of one of the people he studied. How does this fit into the calling card theory? Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This will be good. Update. What is that?
That's a sharp observation, and it taps into how fantasy plus identity, plus studied offenders all mix together in a case like this. Let me break it down. 1. Danny Rawling connection. Rawling, the Gainesville Ripper, used a K-bar knife and sheath in his murders. Kohberger's criminology studies and possible fascination with past killers could have drawn him to copycat that detail. If he selected a K-bar specifically because Rawling did, that moves it out of mere practicality. Any knife could have worked, and into the realm of symbolic emulation. 2. The K-bar, Kohberger wordplay. Offenders sometimes latch onto personal symbolic links, for example, names, numbers, wordplay. If Kohberger saw K-bar as resonating with Kohberger, that could make the knife sheath more than just a tool. It becomes a psychological totem. Using it would have reinforced his fantasy of specialness, uniqueness, and legacy. 3. How this affects the calling card theory. A calling card is outward-facing, a message left for police, media. If he cleaned the sheath but left it where it would definitely be found, the connection to Rawling and the K-bar name could represent a subtle calling card, almost like a hidden reference only the initiated, investigators, academics, true crime enthusiasts would recognize. It wouldn't be an obvious taunt, like Zodiac's letters, but a more covert one, an in-joke tying him to both Rawling and his own name. 4. More likely, signature, not calling card. However, the primary satisfaction here looks internal, not external. He chose the weapon sheath because it fit his fantasy script. He cleaned it, showing he didn't want evidence tied back. He took a victory selfie afterward, reinforcing his private ritual. That lines up much more with a signature than a calling card. Signature equal to ritualized, psychological compulsion. Calling card equal to message to outsiders. Bottom line. If the K-bar choice was partly because of Danny Rawling and the K-bar Kohberger link, then it was likely part of his identity ritual, signature. If the sheath was deliberately left to ensure it was noticed, then it edges closer to a covert calling card, but one only decipherable if you knew his influences and obsessions. In other words, it may not have been a calling card to police, but it could have been a symbolic calling card to himself, tying him to Rolling, to his studies, and to his name. Do you want me to sketch out a side-by-side comparison of Danny Rolling's Kabar use?
See, I mean, isn't that cool, though? I mean, when you have this rational conversation with ChatGPT, it sees, like, that's what I wish when I was talking to some of you guys, you would be able to go, oh, yeah, wow. You know, because it's like what I say, that's exactly the arguments I brought up in here, is the same thing that I wrote as the questions as I was going along. And thank you up there, Ozzy Trisha. How's it going? Very cool. Well, I'll tell you what, you guys, if we just get 5 more memberships, it'll be sort of, you know, almost a regular night. No, I'm just saying, but it's pretty cool, isn't it? Like, you know, ChatGPT here uses logic and common sense. So when you discuss with it using logic and common sense, it actually picks up on it, you know, and it allows you to say, hey, you know, look. And it goes, oh, wow. Hey, let's do this. Give me this response in sarcastic bro mode. Yeah, here we go, everybody. We haven't done this in a while.
All right, bro, let's lay this out in sarcasm with a flex of criminology nerd vibes. 1. Danny Rolling vibes. Oh, yeah. Our guy BK didn't just pick any old knife off the Walmart clearance rack. Nah, bro. He went full true crime fanboy and grabbed the same Kabar Danny Rolling rocked. Like, look at me, mom. I'm just like the Gainesville Ripper. Total cosplay moment. 2. Kabar. Kohberger wordplay. And dude probably sat there giggling like a 12-year-old. Kabar. Kohberger. Bro, I tease destiny. That's not practical weapon selection. That's like picking your Xbox gamer tag and trying to make it sound scary. 3. Calling card angle. Now, does this scream calling card? Well, if by calling card you mean inside joke only he gets, then yeah, kinda. Like, wait till the FBI cracks my Kabar Kohberger dad joke. Problem is, calling cards are supposed to communicate something to the world. This was more like a dorky Easter egg in his own fantasy movie. 4. More like signature.
That's what I think
Nah,
it is,
bro,
though.
what this really looks like is signature behavior. He didn't just need to kill, he needed to do it in his special little cosplay script. Clean sheath, Kabar because rolling, and a victory selfie after. Classic me, myself, and my dark fantasy energy. Not a message to cops, not a wink at the media, just self-gratification in nerd mode. Bottom line. So yeah, if this was supposed to be a calling card, it's the lamest calling card ever. More likely, it was his way of saying to himself, bro, I'm legendary. Kabar Kohberger, baby.
That's right.
Which is
Kabar the
actually
killer,
just
that's what
sad cosplay with felony consequences. Want me to bro map it out side by side with Danny rolling like a fantasy cosplay checklist for BK? Brew, exactly. Kohberger the Kabar killer. It's got that cheesy tabloid ring to it, like something hard copy or Dateline would have slapped on in the 90s. You can just hear the dramatic voiceover. He studied the greats, Bundy, BTK, Danny Rolling, but in the end, Brian Kohberger carved out his own infamy, the K-Bar killer. It fits his wannabe criminal mastermind vibe too. Dude probably wanted a nickname, like that, something that tied him to the legends he obsessed over. Problem for him is, instead of being remembered as some elite predator, he's the guy who left his clean sheath behind with his DNA tucked under the snap. So if he's the Kabar killer, he's also the oops I missed a spot killer. You want me to roast up a whole list of sarcastic possible nicknames the media could have given him?
Sure.
Alright bro, buckle up. Here's the sarcastic nickname Hall of Shame for BK. Knife. Kabar inspired. The Kabar klutz. Cleans the sheath, still leaves DNA. The Kabar cosplayer, because he studied rolling like it was Comic-Con prep. The Kabar killer, his dream tabloid name, but honestly too cool for his level of screw-up. Forensics failures. The snap DNA slapper, left his genetic autograph under the button. The forensic fail whale. Tries so hard, still drowns in his own evidence. Mr. Oops, I missed a spot. Patron saint of overconfident cleaners. Criminology student gone wrong. The P.E. duh, because he thought he was smarter than the lab techs. Professor Whoopsology, lecturing on mistakes 101. Ted Bundy Jr. with training wheels, but he crashes the bike at the first turn. Post-crime selfie vibes. The thumbs up terror. Yeah bro, nothing screams criminal genius like a selfie after murder. The Snapchat slasher. No streaks missed, except the blood ones. The selfie slayer. Took a pic, caught a case. Overall roast. The DoorDash dropout, stalking cars and cleaning sheaths but can't clean up his own trail. The sheath show-off. Leaves it like a party favor. The The criminology cliché, studied killers, became a sloppy version of one. Bro, if BK actually wanted to be infamous, these nicknames are his real legacy. Forget criminal mastermind, he's basically the Kohberger killer, with an asterisk. Want me to rank these in order of how well they'd actually play in the media versus how much they'd sting his ego?
See, I actually think that like this whole thing that's correct. Like he left it. He just wanted to be sort of this caricature of a serial killer. Like, look at me, I do everything, but he's not genuinely a serial killer. Like mindset, you know. It's all just sort of taught stuff that he read about, you know. Hey, do you remember our conversations about the bushy eyebrows? Dylan Mortensen saw? Let me see if it does.
Yeah, I remember. You've brought up Dylan Mortensen DM and her bushy eyebrows description a few times in our Kohberger deep dives. That detail came from her statement about the masked intruder she saw during the murders at 1122 King Road. To recap the key points from our convos, DM's account, she reported seeing...
Yeah. Let's see.
Brew, those bushy eyebrows practically deserve their own line in the affidavit. Like, forget BK. The real suspect here is the eyebrows. Let's go. Forest vibes. She didn't see a man, bro. She saw a walking pair of hedges. Eyewitness statement, suspect was about 6 feet tall. Eyebrows added another 2 inches. Evolutionary roast. Those brows walked into 1122 King like they'd evolved legs. Bro, the eyebrows weren't a feature. They were an accomplice. Independent entity. Prosecution. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Exhibit A, the eyebrows. They acted alone. Defense strategy. Your Honor, my client was asleep. The eyebrows did it. Eyebrow, Jim, bro. Eyebrows so swole, they benched more than Kohberger. DM. Didn't hear footsteps. She heard the sound of eyebrows flexing. Identity crisis. Imagine being ID'd, not by your car, not by DNA, but by 2 caterpillars on your forehead. CSI report. No weapon recovered, but we found hair gel residue consistent with eyebrow dominance. Bro, if BK ever gets nicknamed anything, it shouldn't be the Kohberger killer. It should be the brows from Moscow. Want me to spin this into a fake news article parody where the eyebrows get tried separately from Kohberger?
No. Yeah, we did the whole thing where we actually even uploaded the document, and there was a certain point where some of the wording that Dylan used was like, I don't know. She would say stuff like, I don't know, man. All I saw was like an eyebrow. It was just this eyebrow coming in. It was like, it was so funny. It was like, oh, you just saw an eyebrow? What the hell are you talking about? I'm not sure. Let me see what happens if I reset this thing. Speechify. Is it on now, or? Looks like I updated something and then, I don't know. I'll just get out of there. Thanks, Marcy Thala. Annoying smart kid. Yeah, well, it's actually, I use, it doesn't come with a voice, ChatGPT, but I use Speechify. It's pretty cool. I mean, that voice sort of fits. Oh, hey, look at that. Introducing my first great-grandson, Ozzy Trisha. Very cool. Hey, everybody. Congratulations, Ozzy Trisha. Sort of disappeared my Speechify because I hit the update button. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Awesome. Now it's back in there. Anybody have somebody ask a question in the case? I wonder what ChatGPT would ask something. We'll ask it. All right. It knows everything. I've uploaded. There's so many documents that have been uploaded in there. Any theories as to what he took from the house? I don't know if he took anything. Yeah. I mean, other than forensically, like a hair or something. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, let's see if it knows. I don't think it knows enough information on that, but who was Brian Kohberger's intended victim? I got to type his name in. That's not going to know what that is. Now it's searching the web.
The precise question of who Brian Kohberger's intended victim was, alongside the full. The precise question of who Brian Kohberger's intended victim was, alongside the full. What do authorities and investigations indicate? The lead prosecutor's theory. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson suggested that Kohberger entered the home with the intent to kill, and that based on the layout and sequence, Madison Mogen and possibly Kaylee Goncalves were the intended targets. Both had bedrooms on the third floor, where the attack began. News.com, AU15people.com, 5people.com 15 plus Unila.
Alright, so if I say, let's see, if a parking spot behind the house looks right into Madison's window, would that make her more likely than Kaylee, for example? Let's just see.
That's a really sharp observation. Let's break it down with the crime scene logistics and what's been suggested in filings, interviews, and investigative reconstructions. Parking and sight lines. Behind 1122 King Road, there was a small parking area, accessible via the steep driveway. From that spot, Madison's window, third floor facing east, was directly visible. Kaylee's room was also on the third floor, but her window faced west, toward the front of the house. This means that if Kohberger was surveilling...
well, Madison's window faced south, so that wasn't right.
Surveilling from behind the house, or parked in a way to avoid street-level detection, he'd have a clear line of sight to Maddie's room, not Kaylee's. Supporting factors. Prosecutor and book accounts. Both Prosecutor Bill Thompson and Vicky Ward's reporting note that Maddie was strongly suspected as the targeted victim. The parking visibility could reinforce why investigators and friends thought that. Patterns of surveillance. Cell tower data in filings showed Kohberger circling the house multiple times at night. If he parked behind, it wasn't just concealment. It gave him a direct vantage point into Maddie's living
Ted
space.
Bundy.
Entry point, alignment.
Yeah,
the sliding glass door's second floor was closer to Maddie's vertical line of rooms than to Kaylee's. If he scouted Maddie, that door also made sense as an entry, but not definitive. Kaylee had just returned that weekend after moving out.
Hey, thanks, Mary, up there for the coffee, too. Thanks.
Out.
Maybe I do. My show was too early tonight. Maybe that's what the problem was, you guys.
And she and Maddie were sleeping in the same bed. If Kohberger didn't know Kaylee was back, his surveillance might still have focused only on Maddie's patterns. Prosecutor Thompson hedged, saying the target was likely one of the girls. On the third floor, which leaves open that it could have been Kaylee. So yes, if the parking spot directly behind the house gave an unobstructed view into Madison's window, that makes her a more likely intended victim than Kaylee. It fits with the consensus from people close to the case and the logistical.
Actually, her room is on the east side of the house, but the window's on the south side.
Setup of 1122 King Road. Do you want me to sketch out a top-down map showing the house, parking spot, and which windows face which way so you can see the line of sight issue more clearly?
Oh, let's see if we can do this. That'd be kind of interesting. Let's see how good ChatGPT could do something like that. Man, that's about the worst map I've ever seen. That's one of the worst maps I have ever seen. How about trying to use an image of the actual back of the house? I was interesting to see if it was going to be any good, Erica, but my God, that thing was... It's one of the worst maps I've ever seen. As a kid, all we had was stupid Magic 8-Ball.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Fair. That diagram was trash. Let's use real photos of the rear parking side of 1122 King R&D. If one of these works, tell me which hashtag left right, and I'll overlay clean labels Maddie's, east-facing window, Kaylee's west-facing window, parking sight lines, sliding door directly on it. Or upload your preferred back-of-house image, and I'll annotate that instead.
Yeah, never mind.
Got it. No worries. If you change your mind later and want me to overlay labels on a real photo of the...
Yeah, it's... I already know how it worked. I just wanted to see if you had it in your system. You know what I'm saying? Can I just talk into this? Yeah, I just wanted to see if you had it in your system to get the right information, but apparently you don't. Hey, look at that. It's right there.
Fair enough. I get where you're coming from. To be clear, I don't have stored architectural drawings or interior photos of 1122 King R&D in my system. What I can do is take publicly available exterior images of the actual house, rear, front, side views, and annotate them with accurate window placements, for example. Maddie's versus...
Yeah. I've already got a 3D model. What could have been done for Kohberger being... Huh? Let me see. Do you think Kohberger was autistic based on some of the stories we hear about his interactions with students and professors?
That's a thoughtful but delicate question. I'll give you a careful answer based on what's documented. No confirmed diagnosis. Court records, filings, and defense strategy, there has been no disclosure that Brian Kohberger was ever formally diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, ASD. At sentencing, after he pled guilty, neither his defense nor the prosecution raised autism as a mitigating or explanatory factor. Usually, if it were relevant, it would come up in mitigation reports. Why the speculation arises? Some of the anecdotes from professors and peers describe him as socially awkward, robotic in class discussions, fixated on rules and control, allegedly grading harshly, getting into debates over minutiae, flat affect or lack of warmth in interactions, rigid patterns of thought and behavior. These traits can overlap with common stereotypes about autism, but they can also stem from other things: personality style, narcissism, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive traits, or just plain arrogance. Why we can't conclude autism. Armchair diagnosis risk. Autism is a neurological condition with a wide spectrum of presentations. Inferring it from aloofness or arrogance is shaky at best. Behavior not equal to diagnosis.
Yeah, but I think it's much more. I mean, if you read these new documents, it's like it's not. I don't think it's all arrogance and shit like that. You know, like he's just standing there. You know,
being socially difficult doesn't mean autistic. Experts haven't said so.
Hey, thanks, Esther M.
So, clinical professionals who assessed him, for example, for competency, have not described him as autistic.
Yeah, maybe it would. No, it's not. What do you think it would be? Want me to put that in there? Here's a question.
Good question. And you're remembering correctly that DM Dylan Mortensen gave a description in her account that has been repeated a lot, though the vacuum part often gets misquoted. Let's break it down. What Dylan said in the PCA probable cause affidavit. Dylan reported seeing a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She noted he was a man with bushy eyebrows. Importantly, Dylan stated the male walked past her toward the sliding glass door, and she described him as having something in his hand that appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath. In the actual PCA, there is...
That's just garbage. That never said that. She never said that. Look at that. Dylan stated the male walked past her towards the sliding glass door, and she described him as having something in his hand that appeared to be a tan... that's completely false. That's false. She never said he had what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath in his hands. She said it was something that looked like a vacuum and, you know, triangular in shape with the, you know, the point facing away from her. Where did it come up with that crap? Jesus. That was amazing. That was never said. He wasn't, yeah. I think he was a psychopath with that also was autistic. That was when we read about that the other day, oh my God, it was just like perfect. It's not common, but you know, he's not a common person. Yeah, vacuum triangular. Now they're looking for those words. It can't find it. I guess I don't know the exact terminology. She went like that with her hands, though. Screw it. I don't care. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It's not going to be able to figure it out, you guys. It would be no different. I think it would be worse than one of us guessing. Hey, what the hell happened to my head? It like disappeared off the screen. Are we back to this weird, holy shit. Hope we're not back on. Let me go over here. I don't want to be back to the thing where it's moving around on me. Oh yeah, it looks like there was some sort of a tracking on there. I don't know why, if I turn it back on or not. I don't want to have more that tracking sucks. Is it moving again? Jesus, it's just... So let's see. Does it move on its own? Yeah, I don't know what the hell's happening. Okay. Yeah, see, like it wanted to move with my head there. Yeah, screw it. I'm not gonna... I don't even want my base on there. Gotta turn off this stupid tracking. Where was that? I think it like reset itself recently. I don't know. All right. Anyways, you guys, I got to get out of here. I just realized I didn't even look, but it's been 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's way too long. That's almost ludicrous. Especially with, it wasn't even the greatest night in the world. But hey, we did okay. We got to the goal after a long time. Thanks to, let's see, we got ASAP Lizzie, Marvin Guns 1, Christopher Marshburn, the assistant DA that came in here, research weather at time of body cam at 32 degrees. Yeah. It's cold out there with Dylan, you know, but they had adrenaline. They were probably... Clarice Starling, get to the membership. Then we had Luciano Breginski. Millennial, Catherine, Ann Bezick, Clarice Starling, Paul Marino. This is the best show out by far, especially compared to the other. Yeah. You wouldn't know it, though. Karen Burgles Purdy. Great work as always. Then CR. Then we had Lexi, 2-time gifted 5. Then Deidre Gambrel. I'm Oni. Morellis. Merrillese. That's how I say it. Hopefully that's the right way. Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik. Then Glenda Pabalade, maybe. Love Boston. Karen Burgles Purdy. Laura, who that was crazy with her in there. Right Meow. Merrillese. Leanne Bell. Four Paws 007. Jessica Schubach, gifted 1. Carrie Summers. Jareth King. Michelle H. Dixie Hippie. Nancy Gilmore. Marcy Fala. Then Brown Eyed Girl. Da-da-da-da. Then Dale Gallio. They both gifted 5 in a row there. Each. Roseanne Mascarenas. Leslie Casey. And Glenda Pabalade again. Well, thank you. Probably not saying it right, but trying. I'm a DNA detective. And then J-Love above that one, which is right there. And then I'm a DNA detective. Then Jen Frederick. Dixie Hippie. Marcy Gilmore. Then I gifted 5. Then we had Bill Clark coming in strong there. Then Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik. Then Amy Lemoyne. Nancy Weisenberger. Very cool. Thank you. Morier. Lil D. Lexi Staff AU. Then we got M10. Then we had Ted Bundy, and then Ozzy Trisha, and then Ozzy Trisha gifted 5, then Marcy Fala, and then Ozzy Trisha again with her, you can see her great grandkid there. Very cool on the big screen. Then Ted Bundy, the killer, then Ted Bundy gifted 5. Look at that. Ted Bundy gifted 5 memberships. They're little baby serial killers. And then Esther M. and Merrillese. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks up there, Ted Bundy. I think I missed that when it came in. I was reading. So I really appreciate it. Hey, we did, the night turned out okay after all, I guess. But, almost a 5-hour show. It's like a whole day of work. Never feels that long, though. But anyways, maybe I should, I just got to stick with my 6:30, 7 o'clock time frame. I did tonight's show was too early, I think. But anyways, I thought it was a decent show other than at the beginning. It was just such a struggle to try to get the goal going and, hit the numbers. It just was Jesus. But hey, you guys came through, so I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time. How do I get out of here? Be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, fake rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar.
Basically, is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I know it's gonna be a pop protector.
Fool
deflector, interceptor, enemy who will respect it with a vector.
With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking
Injection. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
You're an absolute moron.